Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, unfortunately not Purdy because she's on holiday, Mark, and Simon is here because he's done his dissertation. My wonderful players, how is everyone doing, especially Simon Pog?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
DBD&D, a podcast with inconsistent character voices and inconsistent character presences.
Yep. And inconsistent the streamer. Everything's inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Right.
General inconsistency.
I'll go straight into this.
Yes, tell us what happened.
In the last episode, many conversations were had between many, all alluding towards the eventual saving of Tal, or possibly killing. In preparation, Etch, along with Flint and Mara, tested a ritual on a lowly crystal grunt, learning how and why the ritual works to make sure nothing goes wrong when using it on Tal. Meanwhile, Elsie, who I've written as Else here, who had put it upon herself to be looking after everyone in the conspiracy, had a stern talking to from Velka, who told her to stand on her own and stop letting people push her around, which actually worked to some degree. But eventually the time came to venture up the mountains once again to the fight ring they had found previously. But this time there were no guards, only Stefan, the rather strange and morbid scientist researcher who had been tasked with making sure they don't get to Tal once again. And it quickly became obvious why, as he effortlessly teleported around, caught an arrow with his mind, and created a domed force field around the whole arena before letting loose two giant purple worms to kill them. They held their own for quite a while and took one down, but unfortunately we left off as Frind, the leader of the conspiracy, who at the start had made sure one of the worms would only focus on her, was taken down and swallowed whole. I did tell you about this, the force field thing. So we're going to go straight.
You told me about Stefan and the teleporting.
Oh, I mean, you don't know about. You don't need to know about Stefan and the teleporting. That's fine. Don't worry about that one. We're going to go straight over to a map.
As far as I'm concerned, he's just a slightly kooky German scientist.
That's what we thought, right up until the moment he was.
But Unit doesn't know that. So we're back in this view. Simon, you will need to join tabletop.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I believe we ended with Etch yelling "No!" and Friend getting swallowed.
The only difference between what we saw before and now is, firstly, there's a little unit down here, but we'll get to that. And there's a circle which you can see, which we have. I have added in to represent the force field that is around the area. Just because I should have been there. We have Bernard, the worm. Well, Larry's dead. Bernard's alive and has swallowed Friend. We actually left off. We got to the end of the
top of the round.
the fight, so we're back at this round. So Velka did the last thing, and we're starting with.
Did you give the worms names, or did we give the worms names?
Well, technically,
Stefan
Stefan named the worms. Stefan named them, but
and I
Larry and
forced Alex
Bernard.
to name them correctly in tabletop because they were just Worm 1 and 2.
Actually, it was worm A and B.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh wow, can't even remember their fake names. God.
So we start with Etch. Yes, in the previous round, you did see Friend just.
I just want you to know that I already am shaking a little bit. So, I'm going to... Well, Etch is going to launch himself towards this thing's face. He's going to run up, I guess, and try to use the rock to propel himself into this thing's face as an
Give me an
attack.
athletics.
Athletics?
Maybe they can...
Acrobatics, yeah, acrobatics.
Thank you.
Technically, it would be athletics, but it'd be nice. Oh, I should probably... hang on, just before... I also should put this into battle music, because... like, something feels wrong. Ah, yes, battle music. There we go.
Okay.
So.
It's a 23.
I mean, it might just about pass. If you got like a 2, I'd say the rock is wet and you just whoop.
I can't even remember what colour my character is.
You're
What colour is my character?
You're the green one that looks like a giant four-armed ant.
Well, yeah,
And
but
then
that's not on the board currently. So
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, hello.
Right there, the one that's...
Okay.
So,
it was blocked by my perspective. Okay, God.
You didn't think to move your perspective. Like, it's not there, I
No,
can't
why
see
would I
it.
do that?
So we've learnt today that Simon doesn't have object permanence. That's nice.
I don't.
23 to
already.
hit as well.
23 to hit, you know, bam, straight into the side
Isn't
of it.
that the DNA servers?
What?
23 to hit.
I feel like
23 and me, Joker.
Okay.
Okay.
Wrong audience. wrong
Hey,
audience.
no, it's a podcast audience. It's exactly the right.
It's not. Obviously, we haven't heard of it. We watch
Actually,
D&D or listen to D&D podcasts.
I have a question stroke something, which is
19 damage.
Velka has a reaction. She
Yeah.
can use, when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you drops to 0 hit points. And Worm, what's his name? Larry is. So would I do that in my reaction on my round, or is it like now as soon as he dies?
It would have happened.
Reactions would be as soon as they die, and unfortunately,
That was
She
the
took her
last
you
one.
turn.
didn't do it. Yeah, you didn't do it when it died. A reaction happens at the moment the thing in question happens. It's in reaction to that moment, so you would have to done it at the moment it dies. If it says when a creature drops to 0 hit points, it would have to be when it drops to 0.
Where's Velka in the? She's
We've
not
gone
last.
past her. She's last,
She's at
so
the end.
she's definitely had a turn since it died.
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
19
Unfortunately.
damage.
19 damage. Yeah, you just launch up to the edge. Do you want to move your launch up
I
into
mean,
the
I-
air, slam into
I'm
the
trying
side
to go
of it.
for its face. So okay, there's no. This thing is not physical, so I'm just gonna stand on top of it. Okay, you know what? Close
That's
enough.
fine. That works. Oh my god,
19
that's,
damage on that
that's
one.
amazing.
Right?
The grip you have with your toes.
I am
This boy.
very strong feet.
Sorry, continue. 19 damage, yeah.
9, and then attack number 2. 28 to hit.
Does hit.
I was trying to work out what the bright greeny blue thing sticking out of the worm was, and then I was like, oh, well, it's
15,
It's written.
15 damage. And as I'm in the side
What's
of the
the
thing,
attack
can I just hold the sword in there? Just
Sure, just because I want to. Give me a strength to see if you can hold on. Because I'm imagining you're going slam into it. You've got to be able to hold on to that, not slip off the sword as you... You've jumped at this thing. Your momentum is moving past it.
14.
14's fine. So you've grabbed on. You're now just dangling from like its neck as it thrashes around.
Yeah.
Next up. Next up is Fryn. So let me just... I got to work out something on its...
If you can make the worm throw up, could it vom through now? Like,
If I recall, the worm is not looking too great.
Like, I'll be honest, Simon, you know that's a question I ain't going to answer.
I know.
I got to work out something. Okay, so the start of that. Okay, so she's just gonna cool, and it moves straight on to Flint.
I knew
Who
it.
is going to?
Where's my?
End it!
I will end it by making it a nice cup of tea. Okay.
No!
Poison tea. Oh, okay.
A nasty cup of tea.
A nasty cup of tea.
How far away am I? But to make a difference, I can move miles and miles and
I
miles.
know,
Doesn't
you
matter.
can go really far. Also, it does make it funny that if you fell over, you'd have to use 45 feet of movement or something to get up. Also, actually, no, 'cause how far can you move? 60? You can move 60, can't you?
I can
55?
move 55.
Why can
Okay,
you
so
fit
you'd have to move. You'd have to use up almost a normal person's complete turn of movement to get up.
Does mobile do anything with that?
I don't know. Anyway, what are you doing?
Anyway,
It's
I'm
really
not-
long
not-
legs.
Not, but yeah. I
You'd
am
have
going
Really
to.
short legs.
I don't know how much it's going to go. I'm going to get somewhere close enough to hit it. And I'm going to hit it.
Well, you're gonna try and hit it.
Kill. Oh, there, I'd like to have done that wrong voice. Okay, there's my. I'm completely prepared. I don't know what you're talking about. There we go. That'll be. Ooh, 20 it fell off. 24 to hit.
It does hit.
8 points.
8 points. It's just dangling from it as you smack it. You get your pole, I'm just going to say, and shove it into a previously made wound, and it's enough. It's boom, falls over. Etch, can you give me a quick acrobatics again to see if you fall underneath it as it falls over?
Acrobatics or dexterity saving throw?
Uh,
It doesn't matter. They're the same. 24.
Okie dokie. My decision has been made for me, 24. You're fine. You just do a graceful flip and land somewhere over here. Whoops.
I'm going to start cutting from its mouth as far down as I can until I see a friend.
Give me strength.
I'll yell for someone to come help me as well.
I'll
Help me
come
out over here.
I'm going
Although,
over now.
actually, to be fair, no. We've got to do this in,
Oh, it's still my turn.
yeah, exactly. We've got to do this in turn-based.
So I have movement left and half an attack. Can I use my other attack to try and? I don't know. I don't have a cutting it before. I've got a dagger. I'll have to take it out though.
That is a cutting.
You could have used that. You could have used your bonus action to make that attack, and then use your action to use the
That's
skill
true.
check.
I can do that.
Could
You already did that,
That
once.
I'm just gonna go over and.
Well, hang on. So you're yet again saying you use your bonus.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's not fair. I can't.
I was going to say,
Why are we still
all this retrospective stuff is,
Because Friend is
Friend seems
unconscious,
she's dying.
and Alex really wants to kill someone.
Why are you adding this I want to kill someone bullshit?
But the enemy is dead.
Oh, I'm
Surely
sorry,
that's
I'm
like-
paying attention to the rules that if someone's unconscious... If I go by standard rules, because she's an NPC, she already dead. Do you want me to do that?
What I'm going to do, I'm going to.
If I really wanted to kill someone, go by that. What you
I'm
doing?
presuming that the worm is actually lying down flat, not upside down, underground.
Yeah, it's collapsed. Flat.
So
If you really wanted to kill someone, you just crush us all with rocks.
That's true.
I'm going to do.
You're not gonna get over that, are you?
Oh no, I know, I'm fine with it. It's Elsie who's it's Birdie who's not really over it.
Anyway,
We
I'm
cannot.
going to. What am I going to?
I don't know.
Check myself.
You're
I'm
gonna
going
smack
to-
it with your pole to try and get it to open up like a
No,
walnut.
I'm going to spend a few seconds trying to work out where in the body Fryn is.
Investigation, I guess.
Exactly, investigations. So I'm gonna. So when Etch or somebody with a sharp weapon actually comes over, I can say there. That will save some time.
And they'll stab in the sword and go straight through Fred.
Investigation.
Actually, yeah.
Sorry?
I did say investigation, but I'm also, you may be right that it might be a nature check.
I was gonna say,
I think it's
how,
more...
how familiar are you with the anatomy of giant?
It doesn't
worms?
matter. They're both 0 anyway. So
Okay, well, it's still, for technicality reasons, going to be a nature check.
how about making it an insight?
Let me think about that. No. So, what's the nature check?
14.
14. Okay, so, see, the question is, how do I do this and, like, show on you... Okay,
It's in the phalanges.
let's remove Fryn over here.
Oh, cool, she's out. We're done.
Wait, where the fuck...
Yay.
Initiative is over.
Where did Bernard
What?
go? Where did Bernard go?
Bernard?
Okay, Bernard's gone. So I'm gonna say,
No worm over here. You got Larry.
I'm gonna say that it's fallen over, and it is probably like
Oh Jesus.
That's a big worm.
that kind of a size, and this is its mouth.
Not Florida.
Okay. That picture is
Oh,
It's a kidney bean, or possibly
it's a very
Demonetize-
stretched out games console.
demonetizable.
Hey everybody,
So
welcome to Dice
you
Breakers
you
D&D.
reckon that she is? In fact, I'll do this easy. You reckon that she is there, and also Etch, seeing as you had your sword over. Well, you actually probably would have fallen with his. He fell over here, so you would have
Yeah,
been over here.
I went for its face. I was going.
So you're cutting up here somewhere. You reckon she's about there?
over here. And I'm gonna sort of start
Oh,
pushing
yeah.
with a stick.
Well, I mean, you can start poking, but there's not much else you can do. Next up is Maya. I believe, Greg, you were controlling Maya in all of this situation.
But isn't this a decision that has to be made of what she does at this point? Since
I guess. I mean, it's
not really a battle move.
but like she. Well, where is she right now? Maya's over here. She's going to
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Well, actually, she can't go up that one because I said these ones are the ones. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. She's like
she's on
there.
a rock.
Oh, she's dead.
She's drunk.
Oh, okay. Let's
What?
just go. There we go. Oh, there we go. So she's on those rocks, and she's going to. Honestly, I have no idea.
I'm pointing at where.
Okay, she's going to.
Cut it open. Cut it
Oh
open.
no, she can't do that because it's touch based. Unfortunately, she's not going to do much because she's just like, I can't do anything. Next up is Elsie, who is going to sit here after seeing Fryn and just... You can see on her face is like a state of like panic, worry, just like she's not with it. That's just where it's at the moment. Like everything overwhelmed.
Shock is the way to do it.
What? How dare you? I'm shocked. Jackson is going to... Sorry, I don't apologize.
I see you've been taking up my mantle in my absence.
I always do it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's just going to stand on the worm. It's just like, okay, and he's going to make us... Actually, no, he'd be going over to where you're pointing as well, so he can't do much either. Because they're kind of just working their way around. Divley, standing here, is going to... From the outside, all you hear is the... which obviously,
wave
you know
in
what
the
that
general
means.
direction.
Then it gets to that, which means that it's going to be... which means... Okay. Then...
I really hate when you do that.
Then it's Velka's turn, who's going to also 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, sort of end up on the feet of this thing. Actually, 15, 20... Oh gosh, she's out there.
Feet of a worm.
Yep, the feet.
Yes, the feet.
She's at the
It's
feet.
probably not so much feet.
Now,
We're going off a 14 roll for nature. Here.
so now we move to...
I think you can tell if a worm has feet. 14.
Now we move to Unit. You are... No one else knows you're there, Unit. You are standing up against... You're in this little passage of rocks. You've seen what's going on. You've seen Etch launch himself with this giant worm. It comes falling down on you, crashing down to the ground. But in front of you is this purple, shimmering dome of magique.
Has this been explained to the rest of the audience?
Nope.
My presence, or we just okay?
There is a reason why Unit is there, which I'm sure you will explain to the team. But at the moment, the only people that knows Unit's there is us as Meta and Unit.
Cool. It's good to know that Unit knows that he's there.
I mean, usually he does.
I am alive.
I guess I'm just gonna kind of like knock on.
Look at this stuff. Okay, as you touch the as you touch the force field, you can't touch the force field. Your hand goes through it, and then as you try to pull your hand back again, it's caught by the wrist. You can't pull it back.
Ah.
But
well, I guess I'll just go in there.
Yeah, you can in fact step forward. So you just walk on through it.
I just go, hello, Elsie.
There's no reaction. She's just like.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a Unit answer. Okie dokie. I am not surprised by this.
Pretty much.
It's getting like this zoomed in camera of Unit entering the... Oh my god, that's awful. Entering the scene. There we go.
Let's see if this
Exciting.
doing some stuff.
I do love that this image that I've got of Unit is he's holding two like shurikens and like a pole, which is just not Unit at all.
No.
Literally the only thing of Unit I could find.
Ooh, can I? Ooh. No, that's not good.
Camel.
Piss. No, that's fine. In which case, I was gonna see if I could.
Nip?
He said, pissed. Pierced nip.
No, parsnip.
Parsnip.
Of course.
No, I was seeing if I could use gentle repose to like hold Fryn in stasis, but it only counts
That's
on
not
things
what it
that are
does.
already dead. So no, but it counts on things that are already dead, not like things
okay.
that are on
You
the
could do it
verge
to
of
the
dying.
worm, Larry.
Stabilize is what I was going for, but that's not.
No.
Stabilize the
I-
worm.
You've
Guess
only
I'm
moved
just
10
gonna-
feet.
Hmm.
So you can move some more ones.
Is that the one that explodes? It is the one that explodes.
Come on, 6 seconds.
Ah,
Give him a break. It's been 3 weeks.
I know, I am giving him a
Yeah.
break. Otherwise I would have already pressured him more. Alright.
Cool. I'm just gonna carry on.
25.
Hello.
You can't stand on that. Well, you'd have to do an athletics to climb on that rock.
Go. Boop.
That's 25.
What is my athletics? My athletics is +0. I may as well have a go. Either way, it'll be an exciting entrance. Either I'll be standing on top of the rock, Or I'll just like try and scramble and just fall, and
Fail.
everyone will turn around to say that.
Which is if you fail at climbing up this, I'll be impressing, as you have 4 arms and 2 legs.
It's true. I rolled a 15.
15's fine. Yeah, you climb up and you're now on there.
No, I said that I climbed successfully. Successful climbing, that is me.
Yeah, you see, technically you should be standing 1 square back, but seeing as it just won't allow that, I'll put you there. That's fine. It's not.
Don't you love hitboxes?
So Etch, you're looking over towards these guys, and suddenly you just see Unit. Whoop.
Good
Help!
evening, friends. I don't know. I don't really know if there's something I can do from there.
What appears to be the problem?
Yeah. Or to be honest,
The worm is very sick.
Using this chart, would you say your pain is a 1 or a 10?
Oh god.
Cam.
Most of my spells involve killing things that are not dead or raising things that are dead. No, I don't know if you want either of those. I also need to decide on what I forgot to do that yesterday. I need to decide on what new beasts I can possibly wild check.
Yes, well, not right now, because I'm going to skip over your turn in a second.
Then skip over it.
Okay, we move on. It's Etch's turn.
That was his action. Yeah, I'm gonna go where he showed. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Also, in terms of what
30.
new beasts you can turn into, you have to have seen them, so you can't just decide
Yeah,
to
I
turn
know.
into a beast.
No, but there are beasts that I have already seen that I would not have previously.
We will discuss this in a second. Yeah, you climb over on top of where he says there is a friend.
I'll like kind of feel out and try to cut just to the side.
Give me a strength
Where-
to see if you can pierce through, because there's a
I won't
difference
seem
to
to
like
be.
slicing and like actually cutting through into this flesh, because it's difficult, especially with a.
Natural 20.
That's funny. Yeah, you get straight in, flang, and you start cutting along. I must say, you get, because it's a natural 20, you get a slice that's about 6 foot across, and you are able to like open up, and inside for now you can just kind of see guts. Like, all of that is cutting open, and there's now a space to look inside of a worm, but you're like, now the next, you don't know what you're doing next. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
It's rummage time.
Fryn is next, and she... Da-da-da. Flint.
Just gonna see if I've got enough. I can cook it, I suppose.
Cook it.
We just need to be able to see.
Oh yeah,
Friend
cook it
for
with Bryn
a healer
inside.
to help.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
Yeah, it's like a 4-bird roast.
What could possibly what could possibly go wrong with using fire?
It's
So,
a worth
will-
Bryn.
I will make my way to where the hole in the side is.
Well, it's on top.
On the top, wherever where the hole is, where the giblets are coming out, and I'll attempt to start moving aside the giblets and other
Give me-
internal organs.
This one will be investigation, because you're literally diving inside of...
Yeah.
Also, just want to say, the smell inside this thing, not pleasant.
Don't give a shit. They're shell shocked right now.
Like, Flint would be like, right, I'm going to go... Oh, okay, I'm going in. And there's just like a squelch as he opens up the side of this worm.
Any hesitance that he shows, Etch would have just been like, do it.
Yeah.
It was insight, wasn't it? 17.
17. You definitely feel what appears to be a person's something like maybe like arm or something, but through like stomach lining or something, some kind of like internal organs.
So now, this is a thought. So when I was talking about my dagger before, would it be fair to say I would have taken my dagger out, or is that a separate action?
I'll say for now you can have your dagger out. But the reason I'll say is because you would have probably stored to climb up and climb inside. You'd have probably stored your your bow staff on your back. Yeah. So you can take your dagger out. If not, you could just grab Etch's sword and be like, give me.
No, I'm gonna try. No, I'm gonna leave it because I didn't have that much strength. I suspect it's not going to be me doing it, but I'm gonna try and cut through the lining so I can actually get a grip on the.
Give me a nice little strength roll.
But that's why
You realise he's not much
that's what I'm
stronger than
gonna
you,
do,
right?
We have the same strength.
Yeah.
Do we?
You're both weenie
Yep.
boys. You're very fast
Yep.
and lean, but you're both weenie
There we go.
boys.
It's a 7.
The DC was low, but the 7 doesn't. You go for it, and as you cut the knife in, it just like all the goo and gunk on the outside like slips off sideways. Also, you were obviously trying to hit a part that wasn't Fryn.
I'm going to maintain a grip so Etch knows where.
Oh yeah, you've got a grip of like where she is, but like the knife itself just like. Whoop.
I can't do anything else. That's, in
Well,
this I can,
you've got-
can I have 2 attacks?
You've got a grip figure.
It's an action, not an attack.
Point.
I know.
Key point.
4 attacks.
Maya is going to climb. Where is she? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. She's vaguely standing here. She's gonna
She's right there. In there.
She's gonna poke.
I've got an arm or something.
She's gonna touch you, Etch, and do enhance ability, give you bull strength, advantage on strength checks. She'll very calmly say, "Okay, it's okay, we've got this." And there's this something you'd recognize from before. And you're feeling big and buff. You're like, "Urgh," with your weedy little arms. Elsie is still frozen up, doesn't do anything. Jackson is going to 5, 10,
It's like,
15,
it's like,
20,
it's like the
25.
Revenant DVD and D edition.
Jackson's going to come up behind you
Yeah.
Everyone climbing
And-
inside a giant worm.
and cast enhance ability bull strength on Etch. He also
What?
puts his hand on your back.
Is that something? What?
So you it's twice.
How does that work?
So you will now have, because this is how I do
Double
advantage for it, you'll have
advantage.
double advantage on this. You're like, and you're like, feel
My
an extra
entire
buff.
face just turns like a
All
Green.
your
red
clothes just
of-
like
Oh,
red.
Sorry, it can't be green. That's that we'd be taken down by Disney. Divly from the outside. So there's going to be another. You hear a slight sizzling noise. We move on
God
to
damn it.
Velka, who is going
Ew.
to honestly sort of 5, 10, 15, get to about here and just be like,
Noise.
I don't know what to do. So I was just, for a second I forgot what she had. I was hoping she had enhanced ability to come up with enhanced ability.
Triple advantage.
Unit's turn.
Oh, Christ alive.
Just
There's no
feel
point in
stand by
being-
with a heal.
I'm just
Yeah,
I'm just
you're
gonna
digging into
cast
a wall.
I'm gonna cast Healing Spirit like over where Fryn is.
That's on the worm, dude.
Oh, yeah, but
yeah,
is it not?
I wouldn't
Is
do
it
it.
every spirit or is it a friendly spirit? Oh, God.
Read it whilst I bring up your what's it called? The flail snail.
If this worm wakes up now, then
But-
you're really upset.
but the
Oh, it's like, oh,
worm is
thank
dead.
you, how kind,
The
bro.
worm is dead. It doesn't.
It's a joke.
And actually, it says until the spell ends, whenever you or a creature you can see moves into the spirit space the first time or starts its turn, that you can cause the spirit to restore 1d6 hit points.
We're not allowed to fun here, are we?
Technically.
No, I'm back. No
You're
fun
just
is allowed.
you're just chilling, and this spirit flail snail's just like, sup.
Yeah. You just it's not even like it's not even like it appears. It's just that like 1 second it's there and then you like blink and suddenly there's a snail.
And it's waving with his flail, just going.
Etch.
Yeah, like the queen. Like
Just how many times do I roll? 3 times.
Yep,
I'm
just
gonna
with
try
double
to- try to
advantage
cut her
strength.
15 was the highest.
15 is enough to start piercing through the lining. So you get your sword,
Oh
you
my
cut
God.
through, rip sideways, but it's very like elasticy. Okay, anybody who listens to this podcast and knows stuff about biology, stop listening. It's very elasticy, like rubbery kind of a texture to the side of the stomach lining. Very thick. You've cut through some of it. Definitely not enough. You can confirm that there is in fact an arm, like a Fryn arm, flopped, completely unconscious, covered in this like stomach acid. You can see it's burning through armor. There's like blisters all over her face and arms and like everywhere. But it's definitely her, but unfortunately the hole you've got wouldn't be enough to pull her through yet. It's just the beginnings of this sort of open hole. Yo, you waste your natural 20 on a different... No, it wasn't even a waste. Next up. is that. Okay.
What?
It's Frinn's turn, so there's the...
Oh, I see.
Next up is Flint.
Right, I'm going to continue. I'm going to use my dagger and try and open that hole a bit wider.
Give me your strength. You don't have the triple add.
I know. I only have the one boring old roll. 15.
Edge comes in, and you're just like, I'm just going to cut it open a little bit. Slices further. I'd say with the same. I reckon now you've got a 2-foot wide hole, definitely enough to pull out. I'm going to say because it goes Maya then Jackson, both of them are going to use their turns to pull her out of this stomach, and this is where we will drop initiative, of course. And I will go back to not having the map. There it is, and I will change the music because I have to. There it is. Pull her out, flop. She's like, they grab her on top of the worm, but you probably pull her to the side of the worm quite quickly, washing her down as much as you can, like with some like, towels and stuff.
Into the snail.
Into the snail. Into the snail.
Yes. That's the sequel to Into the Spider-Verse.
The snail... You're going to hate me for this one. Doesn't do anything.
I already hate you. Mm-hmm.
I was kind of waiting for us to be like pushing and pulling at the snail, at the worm, like trying to get out, and then Alex just be like, "And initiative ends."
Yeah.
He probably could have done that a few turns ago, huh?
Yeah.
So I will give you the whole the meta of it, obviously.
No, you don't have to. Don't do that.
No, a little bit, because I just want
to know this
to let you know. Shut up. I just want to let you know I was rolling saves and failures, and she did not lose in that because she succeeded on 2, but then because she was in the stomach acid, took damage twice, which took 2 failures, and then the last one she failed the roll. So unfortunately, you pull her out, no breaths, no life, dead.
It's sad. Like sad about this character who I've definitely.
Yeah, Unit's just like,
Storms off.
what does? Where does he storm off to? Just
over in that direction somewhere.
Jackson and Maya are both just.
I'm not sure there's anything I can do about this. I think they may win.
They don't really have anything to say. They're just like, Jackson says, I don't know what to do with this point. And Maya's like, well, I think technically command comes to me and Etch, but I think he'll need a second to... Yes. Velka again is also kind of speechless. She climbs up on top of the worm, sort of crouches down. Jackson leans down, closes. Frinn is not a pretty sight right now. I mean, Frinn, for everyone who doesn't remember, is half dragon, but she's not the only dragon-y type things. Is she has very snake-like eyes and scales down like the sides of her arms and like neck and things like that. But she does not look peaceful. Like there's blisters and burns and like horribleness all over her body. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Sorry.
We're gonna ruin a moment, Simon. No, I'm joking. It's no, and I mean, I think everybody is kind of just speechless.
I bet you're right.
She didn't have acid resistance.
Maya is going to, at this point, sort of chase off after. Why am I doing it in? Because I know that I'm not doing it in Tabletop Simulator. Maya's going to chase after Etch, sort of say, I'm going to try and wander over. I'm assuming, because you can't get out of the dome, you're just the other side of the rocks as she walks over.
Yep.
Yeah, she wanders over, finds you sort of just chilling there. It's like, we need to make some decisions now.
In a few minutes.
I know you do, but everyone is very lost, and I know you are too, and so am I, but it's down to us. They look to us.
God damn it.
We have time to mourn later, and to do something, but for now, we have a mission, and we have a situation.
you're right. All right, let's go back.
So they both wander back over. I'm sure everybody's off the worm at this point, sort of in the center of this fight ring. Elsie has followed and clambered over and followed in, but she's very meek, very quiet, just sort of there but not there. I'm assuming a unit comes over to follow the crowd. As you wander over, Jackson, Maya, Velcro are like, "Oh, hi." It's kind of awkward. Like normally there'd be a big hi, but they're just like,
Oh, unit. Did you get here?
A small while ago. You were busy.
Yes.
Unit, is there anything you can do about Friend temporarily?
I can stop her from decaying.
That'll help for now. Just, we have something else to do. I'll pick up her weapon if I can.
It's freaking you, but you're like, "Ah!" Actually, probably unit would be the best.
I still have the bear strength.
That's true. Sure. You pick up the weapon.
Yeah, I'll cast Gentle Repose.
Yeah, you cast Gentle Repose, which, just for anyone who doesn't know, is basically just stops it from decaying
It
for
lasts for 10 days.
10 days. 10 days. Jackson says, "Well, are we going to continue on with what we're doing here? Because I can see one problem. The pillars are outside of this dome."
Oh yeah, what happened to Stefan? Or I guess I'm just asking character. How did this dome happen?
Or is this
I'm not sure.
strange chap who sort of looks after these worms? I think he must be something to do with it. But we need to get out of here somehow.
Maya says,
What
"Well,
pillars?
it's strong magic. I've already tried dispelling magic. It didn't work. Unit, not to be presumptuous, but you live underground, yes? Usually.
I do. Yes.
You can tunnel, yes?
Yes.
Mightn't it be worth seeing how far down this goes?
I can certainly investigate. Yeah, I'll dig.
So you go, I'll dig. You go down to the edge and dig down, and right by it, you sort of move over a little bit. You can see the fluttering bit, but eventually, not too far down, only about 5-7 feet down, it just kind of stops, and you can tunnel under it. So you guys see him tunnel down and just tunnel up the other side.
That'll
there we
work. Can
go.
you do that
Are we-
over here into the cave?
Are we reenacting the Simpsons movie?
Yes.
Jackson says, "We still need the
brutal worm
columns."
death and all.
Yeah,
What
I
is
mean,
this? What is this grey circle thing?
That's the
The hole.
that's the dome.
No, this.
Oh, the circle.
like,
Yeah, that's a hole.
Oh, there's a big hole there.
around.
Oh,
The purple worm dug through the ground.
Yeah, where Larry is, there's the other side of that hole. Jackson says, "We still need to get the columns in here."
what
Yeah, I'm
columns?
afraid I'm not much good with that kind
I
of.
can just stick my head out of the ground.
There's
What
4
columns?
giant columns just like chilling outside. They're the same ones you saw before when you did the ritual previous.
He wasn't there.
The ritual? I didn't.
You were there for the first ritual when you went for the fight ring the first time.
What ritual?
No, because that was the next episode we went in there. He
You
went
were
to the
there.
fight
Okay.
ring. We saw
Either
the
way.
fight. but then
There's
we
2
went-
big wooden columns. 4 big wooden.
4.
5?
4.
4, yeah.
A
4
number.
big big columns.
Women. Big women.
Big, with big women columns.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at moving heavy things.
I can.
We need them to take care of that large monster we saw at the end of the fight.
Yeah.
So we need them in here to
we
go
need to
take
get
care
to
of
work,
that.
basically.
That's what we're doing here.
Waddling up next to you comes Divley, who you haven't seen before. Unit. This is a unit. Small
Oh, yes,
dwarf.
like-
Let me bring
like,
up the.
just, like outside, I guess.
Yeah, he's small dwarf, big belly, plaited ginger beard, starting to grey a little bit. He's wearing this sort of studded leather, big gauntlets, bold but with these big mutton chops. Walks over and he goes, "Christ, night with fried in the parsley." Wait a minute.
Hello.
Aye.
So
Right. He looks. He turns to the inside of the to the others, which of course they're still hearing a muffled version of the "Christ, night, hard with it."
Does he speak your...
That's normal.
Okay.
I'm loving both
Sorry.
Simon
Sorry,
and
Unit.
Unit's confusion.
Yeah.
We need to get those pillars in. So, Unit, sorry to ask you, you just got here. Could you please dig the hole back out from where you came? Yeah, you would have seen the pillars coming in here.
How big are the column? The pillars
Like
already?
6 foot tall, 7 foot tall, and like this kind of width.
What is this?
Chunky. Couple of feet.
I did it in.
I don't know how the mechanics of digging are working, because last time when we did it before, you said that...
Think about how you got in the first time.
Oh yeah.
Just needs to fit us.
I just pick up the pillars and...
Well, you tried to you pick up one of the pillars and drag it very slowly, and just
Careful!
walk through the force field.
I'm gonna go down and try and assist him.
you go down the hole. It'd be actually like it's a 5 foot
The thing, because
up
you
at
said
the other
that you
side.
said that I could. You said that I could dig, but like it wouldn't leave a proper
Oh,
tunnel.
yeah, it doesn't.
At least
That
last
is true. We did last time say that it doesn't leave a proper
Oh,
tunnel
right.
for you to walk through.
If it's only a shallow hole, though, it'd be pretty easy to kick the dirt out.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, I guess if I just dug like just under the...
Maya
edge of
walks over and waves her hand, and this pole just.
She doesn't have stone shape.
She what?
She has no 4th level slot left.
It's true. She doesn't. She doesn't. She can't
I
do
do
that.
though.
And for your reference, she used 2 3rd level and 1 1st level.
Good thing I
Fair
have
enough.
stone shape then.
Well, there you go. Do that. What you said.
Yeah.
So-
So you just you
Does it
you make
work
the
on
hole.
ground? I thought it was
It's
like
rock.
actively stone.
This is you're on the top of a mountain.
Oh, as if I won't.
It tends to be made out of rock.
Yeah.
But yeah, you
Which
just.
means you probably wouldn't have been able to dig through it.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I think you can
Oh, yeah.
tunnel through the rock, but well, let's
We
just
can-
say
we
we'll
could, we can
retroactively
like
say, what did he do the first time? Stone shape.
Yeah.
But now he can't do it again!
It's
Oh, I know,
fine
it
because
lasts-
it
I
would
don't
have left the
know.
hole.
Yeah.
So going back, Flint, you definitely do drop down to this hole, squidge underneath it, climb up the other side, pick up the other side of the pillar, and you both just walk up back in through. I'm gonna say, how long does the stone shape last for? Not stone shape.
It's 1 action.
Meld
actually.
earth.
Yeah. It just says
It's
it
stone shape.
just is that. It's
Yeah,
not
I
a
d-
concentration thing.
Yeah, I don't
or-
think. I think
just
it
says-
once you've done it, it's done it.
It just says duration instantaneous.
Yeah. So you just over time, all of you just do this sort of like cyclical movement and get these pillars inside the dome.
And now the
In
other.
fact, because I can. Yeah, you can shape a section of stone that's no more than 5 feet in any dimension. So I could just create and you can create a door with up to 2 hinges and a latch. So I'd just create like a little like trapdoor, like cat flap style,
Sure.
about 5 foot across.
Sure. A little awkward to get through. And then you have all of the pillars inside.
Now I have to get him out the other side.
Yeah, Jackson goes, right, now we need to get through the other side.
The other side.
Into the cave that's over here.
Actually, isn't the entrance to the cave
What's
No,
inside?
the entrance of the cave is...
It's inside.
It is, but you'd have to go in and then you'd see it just cut off with this just like... Well, so just to clarify, as before, because obviously Unit wasn't there, over where these sort of like stone dots are, there's another... It's an entrance into like a cave wall, which is... It's just like a cavernous. The mountain goes higher up and it goes into it. As you walk into it, you can see this force field cuts through this rock and just blocks you off a good 30 feet in.
Okay, that's fine, because I was going to say, otherwise, couldn't we have just walked around and gotten in?
No. It's inside the wall, so it cuts off your entrance to that. But you could do exactly the same thing. Oh, no, you couldn't do exactly the same thing. Haha.
What?
It's only got 1 4th level slot.
No, he
No,
hasn't.
I've got
He's
2
got 2.
level slots.
Oh!
But it's not stone, presumably, inside the cave.
Well, it is stone inside there.
So why couldn't I do it again?
You could.
Alex said that I couldn't. Just said
Ah,
no. You
no. What he means is, when you went No, it's fine.
The force field is one way.
Yeah. We can't walk it through, but if you make a big enough hole, we can. What you need to do is.
I don't think you could not.
Sloping hole.
No, I can't make it because there's 6-foot poles and I can't create more than 5 foot of space.
Yeah, you would not be able to create. Before it was like a drop through and then up again in a very small contact that you could like clamber through and then walk through with these poles. These poles you would not be able to. I know what you're saying, Dad. A nice slope down and up again, but he doesn't have. Although, yeah, because it's only 1/4 level slot and it only technically affects a 5-foot area. It's a no.
It wouldn't need to be a 5-foot area. It could be quite small. Because we've only got to push the poles.
No, because it would be 2.5 feet each side of the barrier. So you still wouldn't be able
Poles
to.
are about 6 feet long.
Yeah, and they're 6 foot long. So.
Can I examine the barrier to see?
You're more than welcome to. It's going to be an arcana to sort of try and work that one out, though. What's the tent?
That was the one that we went into and met Stefan in the first time.
Really? We need to find Stefan and turn off the...
And what happened? What happened to the strange man?
25. He disappeared. He was never really here. It's an illusion.
Oh.
It was a 25 Arcana, Alex.
Oh, no, I was just waiting for the uppy.
Okay.
Yeah, with the 25, well, I think to you and Maya, obviously together, but you work out it's definitely like strong. What school of magic would it be? It's defensive, so it would be
above the A1.
Abjuration.
Yep.
So it's basically, to put it as simply, just a force field. It's solid from one side and enterable from the other side. Probably not necessarily by design, but by simplicity. Just that he needs to stop you getting out, not getting in. It seems as though with the 25, I'll give you that there's a high chance, although you're not 100% certain, because there's a high chance that at some point, probably within an hour or two, it will just fade away. It's not infinitely attainable. It's been about 20 minutes it's been there, so there's a chance you could just wait around and it would go away. But that's your... Other than that, it's just a big, solid force field.
I'm not sure the attainable is a word, but...
Yes. Well, you know what I meant, so... It's all I need.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have as long as we would need for it to run out. I'm not sure we have as long as we need to... I mean, he was an illusion, but he saw us. He knows that we're here. I'm assuming he's bringing reinforcements.
It is a word. Maya says, Well, I don't know. I reckon somebody will come back to check if we're dead.
Didn't he say he was getting reinforcements?
I don't remember.
He may have been talking about the worms.
He seemed quite keen on the worms being able to kill us.
We could all lie about on the floor, pretend we're dead.
Yeah, but the worms are dead.
Well...
Plus, I wouldn't want them to make sure.
That's okay. As soon as they got close enough, they would be in trouble, wouldn't they?
Depends on how many of them there are.
True.
Depends on how many of them are Stefan.
But if they see us alive, all they're going to do is shoot at us from the outside of the dome.
Maya says, I can think of... Actually, Velka says, I can think of one plan, but it's kind of insane.
Best kind.
Shoot.
There's only one way out of these caverns. And it leads into a dome that can't get out of. So all we have to do is open up...
Lure him in here.
...his cage. And do it here, right? He can get in, he can't get out. I assume.
That's very good. That's very good.
But it is insane because none of us are safe at that point. That just opens us up to him.
Yeah. He's not exactly contained, is what you're saying.
Can we access his cage from here?
Well, you can. You
can go underneath.
That's true.
I don't want any of you in here while it's going on. He did not come after me.
We don't have
last
very
time.
many options.
Well, we can get out.
Exactly.
That's true.
Help me set up, and you and I will
have
lure
to
him
be
out.
here in order to open the cage.
If you can make the hole underneath, I can just go through and You can stay outside with the rest of them.
I don't want
It's
to
got-
use all my spell slots. I just want to dig.
But I figure you also want to live.
You can't dig.
What can't I do?
It's rock. What are you gonna?
Oh, no, I can't dig. I forgot. I forgot we retconned.
Yeah.
I'll start setting up the pillars.
You'd have to use the spell slot.
Yeah.
So, but first things first, you all together set up the columns, make this big circle in the center with the what's the word? Ritualistic,
circle?
yeah, ritual circle in the center. It takes about half an hour or so, I'd say, just to get everything absolutely set up. But there's maybe a bit less because there's all of you to sort of lift them up, put them in place, and individually, all of those with the correct weapons, put them in place. So, Etch, you put your dagger in. Maya puts in her bracelet. Divly
Velka
puts in his
and
bow. Velka puts in her. Actually, you haven't made the one for Velka yet.
Yeah, the crystal's in it. Yes, I have.
Okay, well, you weren't going to use that. Wasn't necessary. Oh yeah, Velka puts hers in, and then you're holding on to thingies to do the.
How disrespectful. Thingies. Wow.
Jackson says, "So who's gonna swing the big sword? Because I don't think any of us can do that
Still got bear strength right now.
for a bit. I mean, how long does that last?
An hour.
An hour. Okay, it's pushing
Got
it
about
though.
30 minutes left.
Yeah, it's like, well, good luck on that one. So everything's set up. This is where Etch will probably take a active leadership position.
All of you head outside the circle. Unit, just if you can make the hole for me, if you'd like to, of course.
No, I would not like it. No.
Goodbye. He exits out the other side and seals up the hole. That's what he uses stone shape for.
Doses. Yeah, I'll use stone.
Yeah, so you do the same sort of thing to whoop underneath the barrier. Technically, not.
That goes on my really fun spell slots.
Oh no, using them properly. But I wanted to use them.
But I want to summon a giant scorpion.
later.
I'll head in.
So everyone else. Well, okay. First question: Unit and Flint. Do you exit out of the hole?
What's this swinging big sword, etc.? I don't.
Friend's sword is freaking massive. It's a two-handed, like, giant, almost like Zweihander type thing, which the joke that was sort of pertaining before is that everyone else is too weak to swing it properly. Because it's just this giant sword.
What's the plan with you're the guy in...
Oh, you do that in RP.
Ask them. While
As you're
we're,
leaving, Jackson says, "All right, the
plan.
plan was to cut off his arm and hopefully remove the crystal, and that might transform him back. Because his arm has a crystal in it. It's a long thing. I wouldn't get too much into it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it does work, it does work. You know."
See, this monster we're after is used to be a friend of theirs, but he got sort of transformed by these crystals.
Yes, I remember that.
So the crystal in the sword, they're hoping they can suppress the crystals in his body enough so they can cut the arm off, and then the crystal in the sword will not be affecting him and he'll get better. You see, that's the plan.
I see.
Simple as that, isn't it?
Easy peasy as this.
Yes.
As you're all exiting and having this conversation,
I don't feel comfortable leaving you in here alone, Etch.
He's not there anymore. He's gone.
Yeah, I already went up.
Maya says to Unit, "We'll leave it open. If we need to get in, we can get in."
I think we stay near the exit. I'm going to certainly hover around near the exit.
It appears that he is less aggressive to Etch than anyone else.
Until his arm is cut off.
He will be in human form at that point if it works, and that's not something Etch can't deal with.
I'm gonna kind of, hover around the kind of.
One thing you do notice as you're all leaving is Elsie is nowhere to be seen.
Oh.
I'll make sure she's actually in the arena.
She's not in the arena.
And she didn't go.
She got into the. She's not in the cave bit.
You don't know. As far as you're aware, you can't see her in the arena. You have a little peek around, but you don't know where she's gone.
Oh.
When did we last see her?
You would have last seen her when you were all dealing with, like, talking about what's happening, and then you probably, at some point during the building of this 4 pillars and the ritual circle, someone would have seen her last, and then since then, it's just no one has any idea where she's gone.
Oh, by the way, when we leave, we'll also take Flynn's body with us.
Yes, of course. Just leave it as a healthy snack.
Thingy's body.
Fryn. You said Fryn, not Thing.
Fryn.
You said thingy before.
You said you call her thingy.
Thingy, yeah. Yeah, Thingy's body. You just take it out.
No,
I did. Anyway, so yes, you take.
Is her middle name?
Friend Thingy. Well, it has to be Spear Friend Thingy Freeth.
That's it.
So you take that. You're waiting outside. I'm sure Unit's a little like Unit doesn't get edgy, but I'm sure Unit's very sort of like aware as everything gets kind of quiet. On the other side, Etch, you climb through into the into this cavernous section, and it's just quiet.
It's a cavernous section, not into the tent.
What?
That's a cavern, not a tent.
No, the tent is a tent.
Yeah, I thought. What's this?
We're in the cavern.
He's in the cavern.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He wouldn't need you to do stone shape because the tent's inside of the circle.
That's why I was confused.
He's in the cavern, which I described, which went into the rocks.
Okay.
I was walking.
Yes.
So you're walking in. It's quiet. You can hear gentle breathing from probably a couple of creatures. You're not sure what. But you do know the direction you took before. Still very dark. I'm sure you can light a couple of torches along the way.
Got elf vision.
You've got elf vision as well, exactly.
Also known as dark vision.
Elf vision's better.
Elf vision.
And you walk over to a very recognized cage to you, the one of Tal, who doesn't immediately react. You can see, as usual, these 2 piercing red eyes sort of in the darkness. With your elf vision, you can obviously see a bit more, but that's the prominent sort of thing looking back at you. And after a couple minutes, I'm sure, of you just silently standing there, he does eventually, however tall I've actually said he is, stands up. 15 feet tall, all of him, stands up and walks to the other side of the cage from you. Which I will add, I really want as fan art, maybe drawn by you, Greg, but just like this sort of darkness, 2 silhouettes, this difference in heights. Anyway, walks over. Very little reaction from him to you. He's just, as usual, looking.
I'll just let him out. I'm not going to say anything.
I mean, you'd have to... Yeah. The catch for letting him out isn't, unfortunately, as simple. There's this gigantic, like... You're not really sure how it opens, but like, sometimes
Shall I investigate it?
You can have locks that kind of like come together like... How do I even say it? It's like this, and then like a big pole
vault
comes
door
through it.
locks.
Sort of, but it's just like loops that go in like this, and then there's this big gigantic piece of rebar that's stuck through it.
Yeah.
That's the lock.
There's no mechanism, it's just...
No, it's just all the way over to the side, so he couldn't reach it, and it's just also giant.
Can I try to climb up there and pull it out?
Give me a strength. You can climb up for sure, but it's like this kind of width. It's like the width of, a
triple advantage, let's go.
A small
double
tree
advantage, let's go.
And pure steel.
Will a natural 20 do it for me?
See, the funny thing is I have to consider would it actually, because there's this level of, natural 20 wins, but like, also, I'm not convinced under any circumstances you could actually lift that thing.
Up to you. You're the DM.
I'm going to say that what you actually do, because you got a natural 20, I don't like removing that, is you get Fryn's sword and use that for leverage. Leverage.
Leverage.
Oh, whatever. So you put that underneath it, and then the way you get it out with this natural 20 is you get it jammed underneath, and then you jump, grab onto the sword, and it just whoop. And just in the silence, all of you outside would probably hear this as well, echoing through the cavern come out. It's just this boom, 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 boom. And then the cage just ever so slightly creaks, slightly open. And a hand, a giant clawed hand, just grabs onto the cage and just slowly pushes it open, still staring only at you, Etch. You do have the sword as well.
Just want to walk.
You're just like, oh, bye. You walk back.
Not more, not a yeah, just a normal walk.
Just a normal walk backwards, keeping your eyes on the scary monster man.
So, yeah, you walk backwards slowly.
You walk up to him slowly and you go, Tig!
No. You go. Boop.
Anyway, back to the serious RP.
And then he bites your head off.
Yeah. You start walking backwards, keeping on him. It takes a couple seconds, like a bit of distance, and eventually a few steps following. You're assuming that he's used to a lot more noise when he's exiting this cage and lots more people, and it's a confusing situation. Looking around, he sort of explores a bit, breathing deeply, follows you through the caverns, and from the outside you see Etch, all 6 foot of Etch just sort of walking backwards slowly through into this bubble, followed by this gigantic beast. Some of a couple of the people in your group are just like, oh my god, because they've never seen it before. Few of you have seen this creature before, staring very intently just at Etch, a good 30 feet distance between the two of you.
I'll go to the circle, try to lure him in there.
You walk over to the circle or past it, and eventually as he walks up to the circle, pauses, looks down. There's a sense of recognition. Just sort of stops
help you, bud.
ever so slightly before it. There's no reaction.
I told you we'd be back. This is how we help.
Still staring
It's
at
different
you.
this time. I'll put the sword into the ground, where just whatever.
I don't think again. It's rock.
It's anime.
It's not anime. It's D&D.
Jesus fuck. Okay, I'll lean it up against a pillar or something.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'll go over and just try to cautiously approach his non bladed arm.
Yeah.
Just kind of try to reassure him.
You walk over and you realize his hand is like half the size of you. Like these claws, like the size of your arms, and insane, like ridiculous, claw, crystally claw. As you walk over, he's still watching you. Doesn't back away from you. Interestingly, I mean, do you like grab onto a claw, or how do you comfort?
No, just like a reassure, if you were to pat his back, except it's just his forearm. Oops, come on, it's all right.
There's not much of a reaction, but he does vaguely take a step forward into this circle.
Like inside it fully?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just timidly.
I'll take out one of the blood vials and throw it at the edge of the circle to start it.
I can't remember what I said happened last time. I'm pretty sure last time I said
there was words.
Yeah, go on. Say the words again.
No, I can't, Alex. You know this. They're very dark elven phrases.
Just sounds like it's
still
backwards.
Elegant.
Somehow still elegant. Oh yes, exactly. And it sounds like
Yep.
and then you do the. I did that for Simon. He loves it when I do. No, yes, these like lightning from the tops of the columns I've seen before just immediately cracks like into his vague view. As I said last time, this like vague shimmering pull away of what seems to be engine. energy into the pillars, pulling down, his muscles getting smaller, the color still staying this grey-black color, and after a few minutes, as before, he's in this half form of humanoid, looking vaguely at you with these blood-red piercing eyes, but, 6 foot tall and closer to the Tal that you do know before, still with an arm infused with this blade. Still looking at you, and he looks at you, and he's got this like curious face on. You say, "Do you remember?" He says, "I think so." Like a dream.
I told you that we'd be back to help you.
I don't remember.
All right. I'm gonna leave this sword outside the circle for a second, and hold on. I have one.
And
I have a bedroll or something. I guess I'll rip something off and try to. We have a way to help you, but it's not gonna be pleasant.
What's the help? Why do I need help?
You are infected by that thing in your right arm.
He looks down, looks at his arm, and says, "It does seem strange."
He looks down and
Can
goes,
I take... Is the crystal visible?
Yeah, I think vaguely, but like it's all like morphed in. Like there is no. It's not like, oh, there's skin going over the top of a sword. It's almost like seamless. In fact, it's exactly seamless between the two. It's not like you could just pop out a crystal. It seems underneath the skin. I think you can see where the crystal is, but it's under flesh and crystal, like this weird, like conjoined, like the handle. The handle and the guard are pretty much inside where the arm would be. It's like it's attached to the bone or something.
Okay. So to help you, we have to get that out.
It makes some sense. But I don't understand why I'm ill. I feel fine.
It was a long series of events. Hopefully this works and we can tell you everything afterwards.
Why should I trust you? I don't know you. Or at least I don't think I know you.
Not sure how else to reassure you. I'm not sure. Just know I'm trying to help.
Is this gonna hurt?
Almost definitely. We have people on standby who can help. You can see him out there.
Just waves. He's just like, why are we inside a dome?
That's an even longer story.
It's a very confusing situation.
Roll credits for How I Met Your Mother.
It's a very confusing situation.
Yes, it is. For you and us both. But do you want to be helped?
I don't know. I don't know why I need to be helped, but I don't know if I don't need to be helped. I don't know
Will you
much
let
of
me
anything,
try?
to be honest. Well, it seems odd to be asked to sacrifice my arm. But I have a strange feeling with you. Like I do know you, but like I forgot you.
Ooh. Everything's fine. It's all under control.
That is what happened, but of course I can't expect you to just believe it. I mean, if you're feeling it, that's one thing, but...
Well, what will happen once you've taken my arm?
I'll end this ritual, and hopefully you'll Stay as you are. You may start remembering. I don't know. This is all guesswork at this point. For the slightest chance at hope.
He pauses, probably a good like minute or two of just concerned, looking at his arm, looking at the vague areas of his body that still have some crystals sticking out. You know, like at his elbows, there's still like slight bumps of crystals, you know. And eventually looks back up and says, well, I think I trust you.
I'll take the part of the bedroll that I ripped off and tie it around his arm like a tournament.
I do want to clarify, of course, as well, this entire time, there's these, like, crackles of electricity coming off his body, which, you know, he obviously has reacted to. The conversation is probably a lot
louder than this.
They don't make that much noise. There's, like, a vague hum, but it's not, like, actual electricity pulsing like it's
like one of those Tesla
yeah,
balls.
it's not like Tesla balls, yeah. It's just like a hum of like energy, like a vibration. I'm going to say, by the way, at this point, you are still standing outside of the circle.
Okay. I'll walk into the
exactly, yeah. Oh, yeah, give me a Constitution save.
Okay.
17.
17. So you are, as you walk in, it's the strangest feeling. It's not like, you know, pain ripping flesh from body. There's just like, it's like your entire body to the core, bones and everything is just vibrating with like an energy. And there's simultaneously a feeling of like itching all over your body and just like an aching pain all over your body. You can still move forwards, painfully, not taking damage, but it's like a sore feeling of walking into this strange energy field.
I'll tie the tourniquet above where the end of the sword seems to be.
As you're walking over, obviously visibly like struggling, he's like, are you okay? He's trying to tie up this tourniquet.
Yeah, it hurts a little bit.
You seem in pain. Is this my fault?
No, it's my own fault, hilariously enough.
Is there any way I can help?
Just hope that this works, so we don't have to try again.
You tie it up tight above his arm. You probably go up a bit further than the most. It's still grey skin, but like fleshy part of the arm. I'm gonna say you brought the sword with you. As hilarious as it would be if you have to, oh shit, walk outside again, grab the sword, and come back in again. No, he says, well, he sticks out his arm just straight, which is funny. Again, it's like there's this crackling of energy coming off his fingers towards like the different poles, and well, I'm ready if you are. From the outside, of course, you're watching this from a distance. You have no idea what they're saying to each other.
just right on the edge. See Flint.
What's he saying?
He's so ready.
It's like watching one of those silent movies with music.
Anyway, his arm is out, and he's waiting.
Dramatic telenovela music.
Hang on.
I'll try to give it as
you're ready to swing. As you're ready to swing, he just looks you directly in the eyes this time and just says, "Well, I trust you."
Very happy to hear that. We'll take a swing.
You take a swing. Make a strength.
Make a strength.
Make a strength.
Am I still affected by the thing?
Mm-hmm.
The enhanced?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a better one. 19.
19.
Sorry, 18.
18. 18's fine. Just one big swing. Use as much as you can. Using the momentum, it just straight through his arm. The arm just falls to the ground. Now, from the outside, you see him do this big old swing, and all you see, as far as you can tell from the moment there's an impact between sword and arm, there's just this like electrical energy sort of just explodes in all directions. It fills up this bubble with this weird, you know, bluey, purpley, and the same thing that you saw crackling completely. hits the edge of the border of, you know, the border of this dome, which you're standing next to, which immediately, like, shatters in a magical way. Kind of weird. It doesn't, like, fracture like glass, but it sort of just fizzles and explodes at the same time and throws all of you backwards with this force, kind of down the stairs.
Like White Bane cast his spell.
Exactly. And it just... boom. Like, and there's this sort of thing that you would imagine that this explosion was heard from, like, all the way down the bottom of the mountain. This gigantic explosion of energy. I'm going to start with all of you. All of you know, Velka, well, not Fred, unfortunately. Velka, Maya, Jackson, Divly, you two. You get up. Sorry. You get up. I was going to say you all get up, and I was like, not Fred. And...
Oh, that would be a twist.
What was this top sort of flat of rock with these placed boulders seems to have just been reduced down to what it was at one point of just a flat bed of rock. You can't see, well, you can see almost nothing apart from two figures just lying on the ground. With fractured, the pillars are just on the ground, shattered, like bits of them are absolutely everywhere, blasted outwards. Etch, you haven't stood up. They're both lying on the ground. There's the arm removed, bleeding slightly onto the ground, of a humanoid figure, still grey skin, still red, well, we would assume red eyes, but closed eyes. Maya's the first one to just straight up runs over to Etch, trying to wake him up. He's completely unresponsive.
I'm going to get there first.
I mean, I think hysterical strength. She runs like just straight over to Etch. Everyone, I mean, is already over. Straight over to the lying on the ground. Etch, can you make me a
inside check?
What would be the most likely? Probably Constitution again. Save.
16.
16. Reduce yourself down to 1 hitch point. Hitch point.
It's 1 hitch point. 1 hitch point.
Okay.
You wake up. Your entire body is just like nothing but aching pain. Maya's, standing over you with tears in her eyes, which of course is probably like a fairly comforting sight apart from the tears. And I don't know, everything is like a blur. You remember what the plan was, you remember talking to him, and you kind of remember taking a swing, but like you're not really sure what happened. You're just on the floor, and again, it's just aching pain. Maya's like, "Oh my god, you're alive! What the hell just happened?"
I don't know.
Someone's going to investigate our grey friend.
Exploded. Just energy. I don't know what's happened to anything. You investigate. He's unconscious on the ground. Blood slightly trickling. I mean, it's a tight tourniquet, but slightly trickling out of his arm.
He's unconscious and not dead.
As far as you can tell, he seems to be breathing. So yes.
Can I use my fire to?
You certainly can.
Cauterize into the root so it stops bleeding.
Yep. You cauterize. I'd say it's a medicine check, but you just completely burn off the end. I mean, it's not exactly graceful, but like it's the situationally the best. Exactly. It doesn't wake up. Etch, if you start to look up in pain again, you see everybody. You see the new form of Tal lying on the ground, one arm, and his blade sword arm still one piece, just sort of like nearby on the ground, but it's like the whole thing seems to be like singed, burnt, and almost like the blade is shattered a little bit, like cracked and damaged.
Just gonna try to sit up and try to right my
sitting up is pain. Like so much pain. Sitting up is pain.
Yeah. It's just
like Maya's helping out. Jackson's like, well, I think we've succeeded. I don't know, to be honest.
Where are all the other weapons?
Maya's like, I don't know. Velka goes searching off around. Just like, I found them.
Cool. Well, I guess it worked somehow.
I'm going to give Etch my potion of healing.
Hold on to it. fine for
Maya's
now.
already doing some healing spells with whatever
Oh,
she's
that's
got,
good.
you know, generally trying to make you feel better. And gives you some water, which is probably quite nice as well.
No matter how much I heal, I'm still gonna go.
Actually, I said that Jackson didn't come over because he's still with Fryn. Everyone ran away and he stayed with Fryn.
Oh,
I think we should get out of here before anybody turns up to investigate the explosion.
And Maya says, I'm pretty sure that'll be heard from miles away. I wouldn't be surprised if they heard that in Cortsia.
Yeah, we gotta go.
So I don't think we should be standing here when they get here.
okay.
Etch, very slowly in achy pain, you stand up. At which point, I'm sure a few people just like support you and kind of just carry you away.
Get the broken weapon as well.
Yeah, you
Like
all
nothing.
collect up everything. There are enough of you that you can carry the body of an unconscious Tal, the swords, the weapons. Everyone sort of resheathes them, and you slowly make your way down. As you get back into town, everybody, like 70% of people, are just outside. They're not paying attention to you. Everybody's like murmuring and looking up the mountain. You can see the top of the mountain looks kind of similar to it was, but everybody's like murmuring. You can kind of hear them talking about an explosion, like a big purple light, like vibration, earthquake. You know, people saying it's another sunken city situation. Just like a lot of murmuring about what the hell's gone on.
Okay.
Just in silence the whole way back.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Eventually getting to the tower, Edge, you get to the bottom of the stairs. I was like, almost there.
Just leave me here until I finish the circle thing.
No,
Just-
you just get picked up by about 3 people.
Uh,
The circle
Slowly
thing.
taking up. Oh yeah, you wouldn't know about that either. Don't worry, you'll be caught up. And eventually you get upstairs. I
Eventually.
reckon about halfway up the stairs, Etch just falls unconscious. It's too much. You just fall unconscious. And the rest of you carry upstairs 3 bodies, plenty of weapons and things, and get to the top. Jackson and Velka are probably carrying Fryn. They go to her room, lay her down in a bed, and just
I
Jackson
take
comes
it
out
there's
like,
no sign of Elsie.
there's no sign of Elsie. Jackson says, well, I guess we leave her until we've got something sorted. And Velka's like, we've got so many bodies. Tal is rested on, let's just say, just on Jackson's bed. He offers it up. He's like, just for now, Tal is rested on there. Edge just rested in his own bed. And I reckon, I can't remember what time. I think I actually said it was quite early, but I think you probably all have a bit of a sleep. Velka says,
I'm quite tired after all that.
Velka says, I didn't do much. I'll keep an eye on Tal to make sure that...
And we'll put Fryn in her bed, like on her bed, I guess.
Yeah, yes, we already... Yes. And I'm sure basically all of you just collapse to sleep. Like, you would be absolutely exhausted. Etch is already asleep. Jackson probably does a little bit of sleeping, probably a little bit of eating. Velka, I don't know, just takes a seat looking over Tal's body, just kind of emotionless. I feel like everybody's emotionally exhausted. And your rest. Etch, you wake up again. You're not really...
So a long short rest.
No, 8 hours. I reckon you all have like a proper long rest until the
Proper long
evening.
rest. I'm going to make cups of tea all around, and then we'll always leave.
To be fair, I think most people don't take some tea for you and just go to sleep. Etch, you wake up
How was it, David?
an indeterminate amount of time later for you. You were being taken up the stairs. You're feeling a lot better. Your aching is gone. You're still... you would have healed by now because, you've had your long rest. You're just in bed... kind of confused, I would imagine. You do remember everything, but again, it's a bit of a haze, like just trying to piece all the pieces together.
just stare up at the ceiling. Probably like 20 minutes
Mm-hmm.
before I set up.
If you go outside... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I was gonna say just walk outside.
Oh, no, if you go outside, there's... I reckon these two probably sitting at the table, unless they tell me otherwise. Maya sitting with them. Jackson sitting with them. Oh, I forgot Divley as well, of course. Divley's not sitting with them, and Velka is not sitting with them.
I'm assuming we have some kind of alcohol stash in the tower here.
Yes, I'm sure. I mean, there'd be a fridge, food, kitchen, all that kind of stuff. So you just grab like some whiskey or something.
I mean, you're kidding. I mean, Jackson's room is going to be filled with whiskey.
Yeah.
The darkest whiskey we have.
Yeah, you got some
I just take the
real
bottle.
strong whiskey. Pour yourself out, and Maya's
Just for
like,
for the sake of kind of housekeeping reasons, are we going to be using Tabletop Simulator anytime soon?
no, you can shut that down.
Sound like your computer's dying.
Yes, as you walk over, Maya's like, oh, how are you feeling? You've been out for like 10 hours straight.
My response to how am I feeling is just gulp, gulp, gulp.
That's fair.
Your response is my response from yesterday.
Jackson just says, well, I think it's time for a bit of a meeting, although there's not a lot of people to join us.
I can't do a meeting right now.
Tal still hasn't woken up. He seems to be breathing. Velka's been looking at him. He hasn't moved. Elsie's God knows where. Fryn is comfortable in bed. We need to make some kind of decision. Can't just ignore the facts right now. As I just thinking, Maya cuts in and just says, well, I think we all know that it is possible to bring somebody back from the dead, which is something we will attempt with Fryn. Finding somebody that can do it, a reincarnation or resurrection, whichever. I don't personally know anybody, and I'm not convinced there's anybody in Bayaluna that could do it. Possibly in Cortia. But that would be a royal job. The expense, the power, all that kind of stuff is far beyond the usual scope. I mean, it's far beyond my scope.
I'm gonna grab my sword and head out of the building.
I think
I was expecting that, so I'm going to follow you.
yeah, you follow Jackson. Jackson immediately, like as you start to walk away, just grabs onto your wrist. You can give a strength competition if you wish to.
I'm not going to try to stop him.
Not you. Jackson tries to stop him.
16.
18. He just grabs onto you.
He's not. He said he's not stopping you.
No, not me. That was somebody else.
Jackson is stopping him.
Oh, Jackson.
He grabs you by the wrist and you're like, he's like, where do you think you're going? And Maya's like, what are you doing?
Going to talk to my mom.
No, not.
We have connections.
You need to rest. We can talk to your mother.
fine.
No, you are not fine. If anything, physically maybe, but emotionally you are not fine. There is no help in you going out alone right now. If you go out alone, I fear for what sort of decisions you'll make. And you know it's true. Tell me logically it's safe for you to go out right now.
I think you need to have a bit of a sit and a bit of a think just for a few hours. And
you need...
We have friends, don't we? We talk to in Cortia who might be able to help us. Remember that chap we met in the pub? So I'm sure we can find somebody, but we need to think about it first. Otherwise, she's never going to come back, is she?
Exactly. And also, this isn't something you can do alone. All of us, as a part of the conspiracy, are just as concerned as each other. Unit, I appreciate that you are a little new to the situation. I'll try and explain as much as I can in a second, but we all want to save her, not just you.
I'll walk into Jackson's room then.
Sure. That's where Tal is currently sitting.
Yeah.
Do you follow? I mean, Maya would follow. Jackson would probably follow. But I'm sure everyone follows.
I'll follow because I'm quite interested to see what's happening.
Valka's sitting in there doing her usual, spinning her knife around. She's like, nothing's changed.
So he's still unconscious.
He's still unconscious, still breathing.
Examine the wound.
Examine the wound. There's nothing particularly special about it. It's a singed, burnt off, limb, basically. It isn't bleeding. It's scabbed over nicely. I reckon there's probably bandages over it because people have but you could sort of remove them, take a look. It's not infected, it's just normal. It's as you would expect for an elf's arm if it had been cut off and then burnt, you know?
What about
I was going to say, do the crystals in him look non-active at this point?
Nothing's glowing. The crystals that are vaguely sticking out of, like I said, his elbow, there'd be a couple, like, they would be down his spine, his sort of backs of his knees. They are tiny, they're more like little nubs at this point, just sticking out, and they're just, they probably look kind of like a deep red color, because they are actually clear, but they're inside the flesh. But they're not glowing with any kind of power.
What about the weapon?
That's probably in a separate room, locked, or put aside for now.
Valka, has he said anything?
He hasn't woken up. It's been out since the explosion. It's been out since.
What?
I said it's been out since the explosion.
Yeah.
Flint said it looks like it worked. Maya says, worked is subjective, I guess.
Well, he's not 15 foot tall and trying to kill us, so that's nice.
Depends on what your objective was. He's not dead.
Yeah, well, that was part of the objective.
Probably good as. If he's still in this form, he probably doesn't have any of his memories.
Yes, the skin is interesting. I guess he's now a dark elf, not by choice.
Yeah, I appreciate that you don't necessarily see the world the same way that I do, but it seems that having no memories is better than being a 15-foot crystal giant monstrosity.
Yes, Jackson says, especially with the memories that he had, I guess there'll be questions of trust and things, but that'll come later. I guess for now we just wait. I'm also slightly concerned about Elsie. I don't know where she went.
Yes, I was thinking either over at the inn or maybe at her parents' house. I think somebody should go and check.
Yeah. Jackson, you want to do it? You seem to connect with her a little more than...
I can go check.
I'll
check them both, right? Sure.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what,
Since I'm not allowed to leave.
I'll go and check the inn. You go and check the parents' house.
Sure. He heads off with you, I'm sure. We'll do that in a second. Maya says, well, the plan?
What can we do? I mean, we ask around, see if anyone knows something.
About what?
Make sure a way to help Fryn.
Yes.
Hopefully without going to the Royals. I really don't want to have to do that.
There's very few that hold the power to resurrect people.
I know.
I can technically resurrect people, but not in a way that you would want me to.
There are very few people that can resurrect people back to a living form.
Correct.
And we have 10 days. 9.5, I guess.
I can cast again in 10 days if you need me to.
In which case we should be fine.
I believe that's how that works.
We do have to... Yeah, I think it is. We do have to accept that there may be a situation where we can't find someone that does this.
That reality I've already accepted.
Oh, I'm sure I'll find someone.
I don't know. We'll see. For now, you need to rest and think. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think it might be best for you to do some research into your circles.
I would love to.
Keep your mind off things. Unit, I will catch you up with what's been going on. That sound good?
So what you're saying is you will let me go to the shop?
Yes, but Belka has to go with you.
Alright.
Belka's like, oh, fine. It's like, Belka, make sure he doesn't do anything dumb. And she's like, what am I going to do about it?
Velka the one making sure someone else doesn't do anything dumb.
She doesn't have much other choice. Jackson's gone. Maya's going to be talking to. It's like it's just Velga and possibly Divly. So you two walk off towards the shop. Let's go for Flint. And also take away this dramatic music, isn't it? Flint. Yes. You go down to the inn. You walk in. Standard. I mean, it's late evening, therefore it is very busy. Lots of people shoving around and doing all sorts of, drinking, eating, all the standard. What's your plan?
Well, I'm going to go. They have seen me before, so I know.
Aunt Betsy is the one that you know.
Aunt Betsy, that's it. So I'm going to go and see if I can find her and say.
Yeah, I'm sure she's wandering out at some point, like delivering some food, and she's like, oh, 1 second, she runs around, drops some stuff, and comes over like, can I help? Sorry, very busy in the evening.
Ah, hello there. I just wondered we're looking out for Elsie. She's popped out for a while. Wonder where she'd gone.
Last I saw was a couple nights ago. She was here with a friend, but I haven't seen her since.
Oh, okay. Well, if you see her around, tell her I'm looking for her. I'm over at the tower.
Okay. Is she okay?
Oh yeah, she was fine last time I saw her. She's just gone off for a walk and not quite sure where she's gone.
Okay, well, hopefully you find her. She may be at her parents'.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I'm sure that's where she is. Okay, don't worry. Thank you very much indeed. There you go.
Okay.
Can I take one of those pies to go?
Yes, give me 1 second. She rushes off and comes back, just shoves the pie in your hand, bye, and just runs off again.
Thank you very much.
You walk out.
No, I'm not going to eat it. I'm going to take it to Edge.
Ah, yes, of course. Edge, you're in your. Well, you'd get back up to the tower and find he's not there, so they go all the way back down to the.
In my mind, that was like, we're not sure if your niece is dead or alive. By the way, can I have one of those free pies?
Pretty much.
Meanwhile, we'll go to Maya sitting down at a table, sipping some wine with Unit. She says, "It's apologies for everything being kind of crazy. You've come back at a very interesting time. Was your trip useful?"
Yes.
We were away for a good week or so.
I was doing research.
Well, fair enough. What have you missed? Well, the broad strokes you've already seen. We made a decision when it came to Tal, which came from our knowledge, primarily Edge and Velka and the other two's travel into the Sunken Sector. We made a decision that most of the time when they remove a crystal from one of the bigger beasts that exists down there, it kills it, reduces it down, takes away its power, and we went, excuse the pun, went out on a limb to assume that if we removed his arm, it would do something. Maybe kill him.
What is a pun?
Don't worry about it. It's a play on words. The phrase "out on a limb" plays on the fact that we removed his arm.
I see. Unit does not see.
I like the Unit did not see. Well, yes. What else is there? We found Divly underneath the old castle, trying to find a magical rock, whom you've probably seen. Difficult to understand, I'm sure, even for you, but a lovely nonetheless, maybe slightly grumpy. We did, whilst you had been away for such a long time, Elsie and Flint had helped us out quite a lot, so we have offered them provisionary places in the conspiracy. We are testing them currently.
I see.
I don't want to be too offensive or blunt to you, as this wasn't my decision, but seeing as you were away, this decision had not been made for you. Though we are still happy for you to be around, of course.
What does being part of the conspiracy involve?
Well, as far as I can tell, Etch has an idea for more of a mobile section of the conspiracy. He likes you three, and as much as we don't need more people to help Veluna, there are plenty of people in the world that need saving, and I think he has some heroic idea of the four of you, ideally going out and helping people. Some sort of team, I guess.
I see.
He can't help himself when it comes to helping people.
Quite.
But I'm sure... Well, I guess it's down to me and Etch for the moment, but if Friend does come back, we'll make a decision as to your contribution to the conspiracy. I have no doubt that people will vote for you to be tested, to join, but this is not a decision I can make on my own, and again, not to be blunt, I don't know you that well. I know you vaguely.
And anything that I did in regard to the conspiracy would not be able to come before the mission that ultimately has sent me away from my people.
There's not much else really to catch you up on, unless there are any questions that you had. I don't know if there's anything.
Do we know how Taro got the crystal in his arm?
Well, long time ago, about 100 years ago, he was a part of our conspiracy. He betrayed us, as you may have known. That was painful, and Etch chased him into what was the upper sector, which at that point had already been turned into dust with this mist everywhere. We assumed he died, being transformed, but it seems something happened in there that we are unable to determine, that he transformed into what we saw. The crystal itself is from his weapon, which we all have one. You probably haven't seen, our weapons are created by Etch. They have charges. They collect kinetic energy, and we can discharge them in particular ways, magical ways. Mine is a bracelet that helps with my magic, but it's all different. His seemed to get connected to his body somehow. I don't know the logistics. Whatever transformed him included that as a part of him. And we are connected to them, so I guess it makes sense, but... Oh, also, Etch has found the rest of his father's notes, and it seems as though his father opened a portal to some other dimension that may have had a giant beast in it, but we're not really sure on that one. It seems that's not around anymore, maybe. A lot of it is guesswork. Other than that, I guess that's everything.
At least so.
Yes. You can speak with Etch more about his perspective on these things. He definitely has ideas, but I think at the moment he's rather distracted.
Yes, I had noticed.
Yes. For now, I think I'm going to get on with some of my own work. You're welcome to stay here, do what you wish. I'm sure someone will be back at some point.
Thank you.
And she sort of says goodbye and walks off, at which point, once again, the scene switches. We'll do a little bit of Etch and Velka. In the workshop, you're working away at your things, probably quite silently. Velka's just sitting there, just, again, spinning around a little knife, just sort of... just the classic, like, annoying noises, but not really on purpose, like, tapping against things, you know, there's, like, ticking...
It's really hard to concentrate.
Well, I'm bored. Why am I here?
Something we haven't done in a while. How about you tell me how you're feeling?
How I'm feeling? Well, the leader of our group and friend of all of us just died. An old betrayer is supposedly back with one less arm, and Elsie's missing. Oh, and the big ant dude came back out of nowhere. Conveniently, we discovered that some weird German scientist is possibly extremely ridiculously powerful and working for the Benezis. And what else is in there? Oh yeah. No, I think that's everything. I think that's everything.
Unit isn't there, but he says, "What is German?"
Those are facts. I want to hear how you're feeling.
Oh, I'm absolutely prime at the moment. Perfectly well.
Without the sarcasm?
Feeling? I think the sarcasm sums everything up. How are you feeling, Mr. Emotional?
You know how I'm feeling.
And we're both feeling
Angry,
just
upset.
Listen, I obviously don't do emotions very well, but I'm very concerned in multiple directions. I'm less concerned about Friend because there are ways to bring back someone. I'm more concerned about Elsie because I have no idea where she's gone, but don't tell her I'm concerned about her because I don't want that going to her head. And slightly concerned about you. You got knocked down and are standing up like nothing happened.
Just count it as adrenaline for now.
I will, but we are going to have to make sure that nothing happened to you.
I'm not the priority right now. After everything else is calmed down or back to normal, then worry about that.
Yes, but you were in the middle of an explosion that was larger than that mountaintop, and you are fine. Does that not question anything for you? At all?
It's low on the list.
On my list. But
should worry about Elsie. I don't know where she went. She was not in a good condition going into that. Hopefully they'll find something looking for her, but she is a grown woman.
She's not a grown woman.
Well, in human years, she's gotten on. But I'm gonna.
She's not that old.
She's 19. I don't understand human ages.
These I don't have enough information. I was just thinking maybe there was something that we could do to help Friend, but we don't have anything like that. Do you? Stuff you looked into your parents? Anything may help like this?
Yeah, I'm sure my transformative powers are going to be useful bringing someone back to life.
Transforming death to life? I don't know.
Oh, come on.
You never know.
Reaching.
I don't know.
I know as much as you when it comes to magic. And it's all blood magic. I don't think that actually brings people back. Ever.
There's a lot of unknowns. You never know. But since we don't know, and both of us don't deal well with emotions, do you want to help me design something for Jackson?
Sure. Although technically you haven't... Oh no, you have done hers now. Like, yeah. Are you? Yeah. What? I mean, what can you do to him? He's got a tiny, thin-ass blade. How is that going to be useful?
That's why I need your help. I have no idea.
I have nothing off the top of my head. Maybe you make it so that when he attacks with it, he shuts the fuck up.
Cast silence, yeah, maybe.
Maybe just the weapon has silence around it at all times.
Just when he touches it, it permanently binds to his hand and just a bubble around his head that he can't take off. Sounds good. I'll look into that. But I would like to use this crystal as it is, to keep using that energy. So something psychic based. Maybe it could enhance his charm ability.
I mean, if we're being realistic, he likes to get into people's heads magically. It's got to be something on that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how these things work. You do some kind of insane witchcraft on it and it uses these things, but if you can change that charge to be some kind of, I don't know, enhancement on his magic.
Psychic boost of some kind.
Psychic boost, yeah. I don't know. I mean, what do you do with Myers? She has magic.
It's just a
blasts
small
people.
enhancement. Yeah, something like that, but different.
We'll think about it, I guess.
I'll sketch it.
You'll sketch it in your sketchbook. It's funny.
No.
Okay. What was I going to say? Oh yeah.
I
So
don't know why you think you're going to get any better response from these jokes.
I don't. I don't know why you think
He
I
gets
think
off
I'm going to
on
get anything better.
He gets off on this.
So eventually, after a long evening, I'm going to say, I would assume everybody comes back to the tower.
Except Elsie.
Oh, actually, at some point, whilst you're designing this, Flint walks in.
Oh, yes.
Oh, hey Flint.
Hey, Che, I do, after all your experience, I thought you might be hungry. Here, I thought got you a pie.
What flavour is
Honestly,
it?
not even in the slightest.
Well, I'll warm it up for you. Put it over here. If you feel hungry, you can have a snack later on.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yes, he wasn't at the inn. Don't know if she's with her parents. Yeah.
You guys didn't
Jackson-
check there?
No,
Jackson
Jackson went
went?
there, didn't he?
Okay, yeah.
I'll wait and see what he says. I'm gonna head back to the tower. You want me to take anything with me?
Actually, I'm about to head on back myself. Can we stop
Oh.
my...
Velcro in the
My
corner
mom's-
just... Come back?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
just gonna
okay.
stop at my mom's on the way. She may know a way to help.
Well, I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
And also, we should probably warn her about the Stefan.
Yes.
He did make a slightly veiled threat. Probably not slightly veiled at all. Before all that went off.
Yeah, not a very nice man, was he? I think we might have
She
to
can
deal
take
with
care
him
of
at some
herself,
point.
but she should at least know that he's a threat.
Yes. I wonder if we'll ever get a chance to have a word with him.
I don't have any words left for him.
Well, I've got some quite good ones, I think.
Velcro's like, I could add in some words.
Well, let's
set back.
you go then. Should we go to your mum's?
Yeah.
Head across town. Very late at night now. Stars out, shining. Some people wandering around. I mean, because you slept for quite a while, I imagine it's actually pushing like midnight, 1 in the morning kind of a time, and you're still kind of fine. You head on over to your mum's shop, which is closed.
Not surprised.
I have a key or something, probably.
Yeah. You open it up, walk in, walk through to the, I'm sure there's like a flat sort of thing behind it. Sort of apartment.
I was going to say that there's like an upstairs apartment.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That thing behind it, yeah, that's got a door.
And upstairs, you knock on. There's a bit of a clunk. Edge. It's 1 in the morning.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah, I was asleep.
So this is more important than that. You know that
Hold up.
that weird.
Come inside. I'm not going to talk on the doorstep.
Come on in, guys.
Oh, thank you very much.
Walks in. She's just like, hi, I guess.
Oh, evening. Sorry to disturb.
Go through the lounge. Just a couple small sofas. She just sits down. She's just in like a long nightie with like hearts on it or something.
Oh, very nice.
So, first things first. Stefan, that guy that dropped off the letter,
Yeah, the weird one.
he's a threat. Watch
Fun.
out for him.
Okay. What kind of a threat?
A deadly one, a Benizi one.
I mean, I've dealt with Benizis. I tend to avoid them.
Have you dealt with 2 very large purple worms?
I've dealt with one before.
There was 8 of us. The other thing, friend's dead.
Was.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I know you're very close.
Yeah. Do you have any connections that could help with that?
It's a very hopeful question. I'm not sure you'll like
Most
the
well-connected
answer.
person I know in the city.
There's no one I know. I can ask around, but as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, it's a very rare level of magic for someone to be able to do such a thing.
I know. Figure it's worth asking.
Put out my feelers. But off the
Pal.
top of my head, I have nothing. Don't keep your hopes up.
I already lost them when it happened.
How?
Those worms.
Fun.
That fucking scientist.
Those are his worms. Okay. Well,
If
I'll...
you find him, if you got eyes on him somewhere, let us know.
Not currently. He's... Honestly, the first time I ever saw him, or I've ever heard of him, was when he walked into my shop.
Yeah.
Strange, because I have at least some notes on everybody in the city, including the Benizis, who don't think I do. He is an... I don't know. Alex has forgotten a word. An anomaly. He's an anomaly.
Great. Alright, well, I'm gonna head back up to the tower. I just
Okay.
thought you should know.
Well, stay safe.
You too.
I'll try. I'm going to go to sleep.
Do that.
Seems like you've had a long day. You should probably sleep as well.
I'm fine. Wired, actually.
Well, do something that isn't work. Please.
Drink? Eat?
Drink sounds good.
Alright. Walks away.
T-poses away.
Parenting.
So the other two of you are just sort of sitting there, and Edge just gets up and walks off. And then
Oh, it's done?
and then and then Edge's mum just gets up and walks off, and you two are just left in her lounge.
Oh, well, nice to meet you. I better go make sure he's alright, I suppose.
No response. She's
Velka's just like, yeah, that happens. And just wanders off as well. You work your way back up to the tower. Unit, I'm sure, is just sitting in the tower. What would Unit do if he's on his own?
I don't really know. Not very much.
He's just sitting there.
Eat? Drink?
I'm just imagining he's just sitting there, just not looking at much, just.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just essentially like on standby, basically.
It's kind of like a robot, just.
I mean, because again, like in the colony, there's not really such a thing as
Doing
downtime.
nothing. Yeah, downtime, exactly.
Like,
So you're
it's
just,
not really
you're just
concept,
waiting,
so-
waiting for the next order. Eventually, they walk up. Etchvelka and Flint walk up. Unit's just sitting on a chair, not looking at anything.
Hey, Unit. How's your day been?
Fine.
You grab
Vel-
a glass of whiskey and just sit down, stare across the table at him.
I'll make some tea and bring it to them. Add that out of the whiskey, it'll let you sleep.
I pour the whiskey into the tea.
Well, there you go, that's fine.
That's what we call Jackson calls that a farrow whiskey. Sorry, a farrow coffee or tea, farrow tea. I'm trying to, Irish. What are they? An Irish coffee is what I'm thinking of. It's a farrow coffee.
Yeah.
It's just awkwardly
Well.
staring at each other.
Yeah. Is anybody else in the room, or is it just?
I think it's just
us
you three at this
four?
point. I think everyone else is kind of retired.
Oh, just us three. Valka went off
Three.
to bed immediately.
Yeah, Velka. I mean, you know what she's like. She'd have just
Yeah.
wandered off. She wouldn't
Yeah.
have even stopped.
So, Unit, how are you? What have you been up to since we last saw you?
I was doing research on the list of ingredients that the necromancer gave me.
Any progress?
Yes. Specifically regarding one of the ingredients, which is on a strange island, not especially far from here, at least in comparison to the other ingredients.
Yeah.
It's the Mechoris. Mechoris.
I know what you mean. I stopped there
Strange
briefly.
swamp land.
Yes,
Mm.
yes. I was there very briefly.
Never been.
Trips.
Yes, I think just to puff up Flint's knowledge, because I've described some of it to don't think there's any inaccuracies. I didn't really describe it to you before, did I? To Flint before.
Really.
What I've said to Edges didn't want us to know is it's effectively a very strange sort of situation in that it's kind of islands, but it's more just like swampland that kind of just exists in the sea. There's no like land which has swamp inside it or beaches. It's kind of just swampland, and it's on a parallel with like a lot of Carmanthia, so you'd expect it to be cold. Well, it is actually technically a part of Carmanthia, but it's not. It's like tepid. It's a weird sort of anomaly of space that's just like bogs. You just go sea, bog. So in terms for you, you would have had, like, there would have been a structure that's been created on the edge of it, where you came off. Maybe there's like a singular pub that eventually you got onto a second boat and went off. But most people, you would have been warned while you're there, do not go wandering into the bog. Danger, horribleness, dangerousness, not goodness.
I was only there very briefly. I changed from the small boat to the big one.
Well,
yes, unfortunately, it seems rather dangerous and require a fair amount of preparation. Not the sort of place you can just wander into.
Well, you know, we've already made our promise to help each other out, so we'll be going with you as soon as we find Elsie, of course.
Be fine.
Yes, we do need to find Elsie.
And as this conversation comes to a close, we will have a break. 10 minutes.
Ooh.
Because it has, in fact, would you believe, been 2 hours. We'll have a quick break for 10 minutes. At 4:20, we will be back.
Did you say 20 past? 25 past?
25 past, sure, yeah. 4:25, we'll be back. And, I'll probably be back a little bit before that. And for now, we shall say ta-ta to those in chat, listening, and put it over to this. Where's the burp screen? There it is. And that. So, before the break, a rather upsetting and dramatic set of events. We finished off the fight with the 2 purple worms, which of course had ended with Fryn being eaten in the previous session, and in this session, unfortunately, she did not make it, being consumed by acid and rather blistered and ugly looking when she came out dead. But the team continued on with their plight to save, in quotes, Fryn. Well, yeah, they are going to say Fryn. What I meant to say is save Tal. They went inside the dome. Huh?
I said, "Oh, we are." That's good news.
They went inside the dome. They brought Tal out, and as Etch was removing the arm, as had been planned, there was an explosion of energy within the circle, and yeah, I mean, pretty much from there was just, oh my god, Fryn's dead, Tal's transformed back into an elven kind of form and missing an arm, and Etch is avoiding all sights of emotions. But there were a few conversations had, and where we left off was a late night conversation between the 3 of them, generally talking about what they're going to do. We're going to say that there was a long night. You've all woken up in the morning, probably, I mean, you wouldn't have been too sleepy, but you've probably woken about 8 or 9 in the morning, still dark, probably sunrise sort of time. There's a few people doing stuff in the main room. Maya is looking through the notes of Fryn, seeing if there's any loose ends, anything that needs to be sorted. You know, because she's taking up a bit of responsibility. Velka and Jackson are probably just eating some breakfast. Elsie, of course, still not to be seen. Unit is asleep.
Which 2? Did you say Jackson and Elsie?
Jackson and Velka.
Jackson and Velka,
talking,
not to be seen.
eating breakfast. Elsie is nowhere to be seen.
I thought you said 2 people are not to be seen.
No, just Elsie.
No, you
Jackson.
skipped out a bit.
Oh, actually, Jackson went to investigate it.
Yeah. He did, but I imagine he hadn't come back by the time you all just fell asleep and stuff.
Any word on Elsie, Jackson?
Right, I mean, she went back to them, for sure, for the night, and, was gone. Wasn't there when I was there. Mum said that she'd sort of run off and hasn't come back. Well, not for the night, sorry. So I will retcon because Alex got that wrong. She ran back to them for a little while, went to her room, and then she must have run off at some point because they don't know where she went. She's not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least she wasn't there when I last spoke, which was last night.
Hmm.
I don't know. They said she seemed to be in a bit of emotional turmoil, and then I don't know.
I know that's sort of good, I suppose. At least she wasn't us beginning to worry. She was there in that explosion, and we didn't
Yeah.
notice. But
Everything points to alive, though.
yeah, so
Seems
she's
it.
just, got a few things to sort out.
Yeah. But I haven't got nothing apart from that. Velka's like, I really do hope she's okay. I hope I didn't scare her too much with being a bit aggressive at her. I don't want her to just sort of, woman up. Be the
I have
strong.
no idea what you're talking about.
Be the strong girl that she is,
Yeah, she is.
Not be so passive and, letting everyone walk over.
Is that what
her.
you guys were talking about the whole time
Yes.
the other day?
Yes.
Good
Trying
on
to
you,
stop
look at
letting
you.
people walk over her.
Look at you giving talks.
I'll be honest, I was just
How's it
frustrated that she wasn't, she was just making everyone breakfast all the time.
She may just like making breakfast.
She doesn't like making breakfast, Edge.
Oh.
She feels a
Fair enough.
responsibility over you.
Okay, well, that's another talk to have with her.
When you find
Takes out a
her.
notebook. There's just a to-do list.
And speaking of breakfast, who wants a cup of tea?
I'm sure everybody enjoys a cup of tea. Maya eventually wanders over as well, drinks some tea, and speaks up and says, I'm probably going to be out of action for today. I've got lots of this paperwork to look through. Seems like there's a fair few loose ends that I need to be... I don't know how Friend did this continuously, but there's a lot to do. People to talk to, things to sort out, posts to
Sure you don't want me to handle it?
I should be okay, honestly. I mean, if you want to be distracted, there's a couple of outposts that need to be checked, It seems she usually goes and just sees what's up.
Gonna trust me to go out into the city?
Well, you can take this lot with you.
Yeah, I'll come along. What are we going to do about... I suppose you're going to wait for your mum to put her feelers out then, have we?
Yeah.
It seems, again, there's a few places I can ask, but I'm not convinced there'll be much.
Mom didn't know anything. Stopped by last night.
Well, as far as I can tell, from a little bit of research, we either need someone that knows necromancy or transmutation.
Well, is that
Ask at the
necromancer?
university.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Is that necromancer we talked to a couple of days ago? He wasn't a very nice man, though.
Necromancy is a dangerous area. but
And
it's-
he likes to be owed favors.
which is
Not
dangerous in
really.
itself.
We don't have much left to give it at this point.
Yes. You can ask at the university, of course. They may know someone at least.
They can point us in the right direction, I'm sure.
Yes.
Why don't we try that then?
Yeah, let's go.
And also, you'll probably need a lot of money.
Got
These sorts of
5,000.
spells require a lot of
Yeah. Gosh.
parts. But I'm not sure where you'll get them from.
Alright, I mean, 5,000 gold would probably get us most of it.
You say that, but from what I can tell, a resurrection needs a diamond. I'm not sure where you'll find one of those. And reincarnation requires plenty of pieces, which are rare, especially in Veluna. I mean, oils, unguents, all sorts
One
of
thing at a
things.
time.
Unguents, sorry. Unguents.
Unguent.
Unguents. It's a word I know.
It means oils. It's like sort of
Soft, greasy, or
oint-
viscous substance used as an ointment for lubrication.
ointment. Exactly
Yeah,
so.
generally
It's good.
spellcasting that stuff that doesn't have a monetary value assigned is just there.
Huh?
Nothing.
Worth at least 1,000 gold pieces.
The unguent's worth 1,000 gold pieces?
Where was an urgent's worth at least 1,000 gold pieces? You're telling me, the DM, that usually we don't...
No, I was.
But yeah. Well, no, he's right there. If it didn't have a monetary value, but it does.
Yeah.
So,
No, I'm joking.
Sorry, I thought the diamond was the 1,000 gold.
The
as well.
resurrection needs 1,000 gold piece diamond. The reincarnation needs 1,000 gold piece oils and unguents.
Anyway, university. Let's
University first. Let's see what they say up there.
She says, can you just on the way check out these posts?
Yeah, sure.
There's one brings up map quickly and without any kind of pause. The podcast won't even notice a pause in my...
I've got my map of being
Podcast we have paused.
Well, it appears... Where's the university? It's that one.
It's the big light blue.
There's one on the northeast side of Old Ingim that needs checking. That's close to the university. There's another down by the bricks. The north of the bricks in the stacks.
All right. Well, it's early. Let's head to the stacks now and work our way back.
Right, you are.
Unit,
So-
do you want to go with us?
I would like this very much.
Right, go along then.
So you wonder if Velka just follows you as well.
Keeping an eye on me?
No, I'm just bored.
Fair enough.
There's not much to
I don't
do.
believe you, but fair enough.
Oh yeah, like I'm lying. Come on. You know, me and you, we don't lie to each other.
But we are both very bad with
emotional
truths.
True. I did lie about the one thing, but like...
Yeah.
This isn't a lie.
It doesn't matter that much. Let's just go.
You wander off through the city. You have a nice slow walk through the city, get to the first post, which is rather unimaginatively just a house. It's just a wooden house with like a table in it and some people around. There seems to be...
Do I have a list of duties to do here?
Duties. No, it's just to check out, like, see if they've got any information. You'd know, like, there's a particular person that is, you know, the one at the front who, you open the door and you know the one dressed up who's this rather tall, 6'5", thin, elven man, very thin face, rather pale skin, and as you walk in, he's like, Etch.
Hey.
It's nice to see you. Can we help?
Yeah, two things. Any news on somebody that's capable of high-end transmutation?
That's an interesting question. Personally, no. I would say the university is probably a good place to start with that, surely.
Yeah, that's on the list. Other thing... So, what? Sorry.
Is it above my station to ask why?
Don't worry about it for now.
Okay, it's fine.
The other thing is, eyes on the Benezis. Have you seen any movement yesterday?
Our post isn't
during the explosion
for the Benezis. We keep an eye on the bricks.
Why am I here? Updates?
Updates, yes, we usually speak to Fryn for this, but it's, I'm sure you're in place. Nothing particularly, any updates on the last time. We kept an eye on Necromancer friend who hasn't made any movements, no stealing of people recently. Mostly, you know, nobody has seemed to want to move in. Nothing particularly interesting, I'm afraid.
Alright, that's fine. Thanks for letting us know.
Okay, well, if there's anything else we can help with, of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm sure we'll have our own updates for you soon.
Sure. Any new orders, or just keep an eye on?
Keep an eye.
Well,
business as usual.
Okay. Well, pleasure seeing you.
You too. It's been a while since I've been here.
Yes, it has
Nice
been.
to see the place.
Yes.
Come away.
And T-pose away.
Yep, T-pose.
And he walks off and it says goodbye to Flint as well. Goodbye.
Well, nice to meet you. See you. Bye.
You wander off. Falca's just like, well, that was boring. I can't believe Fryn does this every day.
I can't believe we're doing this today. It just does not feel right.
I
Business
guess
as usual.
there are jobs to be done, aren't there?
Yeah.
You take a long walk across the city, probably complaining the entire way, to the second post. I mean, it basically looks identical. It's just, more people. This time, your commanding officer is just a human woman, short hair, just fairly like scruffy, short hair, dirty face. As you walk in, it's just like, you right? Been a while. Suddenly graced by the presence of Etch himself.
It has been a while. Any updates, officer?
On our posts?
Yeah.
Well, some stuff. Nothing on Benizzi's. That's all seeming fairly good. Bit of a strange one, which is probably worth an investigation. Was going to bring it up. Do you know the Sarasak family?
I've heard of them, yeah.
Yeah, big family up here. They got their big mansion.
Usually pretty quiet, aren't they?
Usually be quiet. You said, well, they're not the ones who've made any fuss. See, they've got a groundskeeper. What's his name? Was freaking Aiden, apparently. Some feelers out. Was found last night outside, torn to shreds.
To shreds, you say?
Like just ripped apart. Just pieces everywhere. Reckoning some kind of animal attack, they say, but nothing was eaten. Thought it might be worth mentioning.
Yeah, that's interesting. Where was he found?
Just outside.
Just on the ground.
Seemed like he was tending the garden late night. And they assume. I mean, I haven't done much investigation myself, just a couple feelers. Sarasak family still needs to be spoken to. People, I guess, family of, I don't know who his family is, needs to be spoken to. But I just, I'm waiting on orders. I was going to bring it up to Fryn, but I guess, you're who I'm bringing it up to.
Yeah, we're all very busy today. Thanks for the update.
Yeah.
We'll be back with news for all the outposts soon.
Alright. Keep on.
Yeah.
Vaytul or whatever.
Vaytul.
T-pose.
T-pose away. Valga's like, now that was more interesting.
That doesn't sound very nice.
You seem kind of broken.
Flint. Yeah, Flint.
Yeah.
Do you remember the name of all of Elsie's siblings?
Oh, I don't think so. Let me just
Because I thought Aiden may be one. I remember her mentioning back in Cortia that her family works for the Sarasaks.
Valga's like, I got nothing on this one. I also have no idea. I am also here.
I'm just gonna find a no, I don't remember.
Yeah, there's so many siblings in that family.
Yeah.
Valga
I
says,
feel like it
why-
would probably not be great to go and ask the family.
Well,
why,
no.
why do you
I
think
know?
it's
Well,
their
because we
family?
found
I'm
you in pieces
confused.
all over the ground. Oh, it wouldn't go down well.
Well, surely if it's them, they'll already know, right?
Yeah. Maybe.
How do you broach the subject, though? Are there any news recently?
Why do you think it's them? I mean, the Sarasaks have got like 4 million people working for them. Sorry, wrong accent. The Sarasaks have got like 4 million people working for them.
I don't know. The name just sounded familiar, and no
Nothing
ties to Elsie, and she ran off. Maybe there's, I don't know,
The hell's
looking for
Elsie
ties
gonna
where
do
there may
this?
be none. Let's keep it on the back of my mind for now.
Okay, I know we've had a lot of traumatic stuff recently, but which is more likely? Beast has escaped from the sunken sector and attacked someone, or Elsie has gone and done something? Like,
Oh, I don't think she did it. It'd be
okay.
insane. Just
Right,
saying
for
maybe
s-
she found out somehow. Maybe she saw it, panicked. I don't know.
She was up with us.
Sarasak's house is not far from the edge there. Possible.
I don't know.
Anyways, let's go to the university for now.
Regardless, we should probably work out what's killing people.
Well, I'm thinking that we've got to go past the university to get to the Sarasak house. So let's go to the university on the way, and then we'll perhaps have a little poke around afterwards.
Alex can't remember where the Sarasak house is.
Top left.
It's that purple one.
Top center.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all the way up there.
Yeah.
University. Yeah. So you step across the vague border into what is kind of the nice section, Aldori.
It's nice old elven architecture.
Yeah, exactly.
The university is probably still very nice.
Seeing as it is obviously the head child of Greg, what does the university look like?
I'm imagining tall spires with probably not a lot of students at this point. Imagine like a small university campus type of thing. People walking around in like
robes.
Yeah, robes, but I was like a red and gold type of robe.
So Gryffindor
situation. Except like more regal, less.
Okay. So so basically, it's like an Oxford University campus. I could stop there, to be honest.
Fantasy, elven, spirally tower.
Okay, yeah.
The main large library and central hall.
And what's your guys' plan? Just walk in? Because I don't know if Etch knows anybody in the university, really. You probably don't, do you?
Flint doesn't.
So because this is actually part of those 50 question things. I was going with his original plan before everything went to shit. Back when he was still a kid, his plan was to become an archmage like his dad, and he was working towards that, studying towards that. So he probably would have very loose ties. Someone may know him from when he was a kid, but aside from that, not really.
They know his father, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Well, they definitely know his
father. They definitely would. He probably would have been a member of the university at some point before all that, but I didn't write that part of his history,
I'm imagining a nice big archway with two big open oak doors, like always open kind of oak doors. And as you step towards it, a man, basically just running this off Oxford right now, a man in a nice bowler hat walks over.
Yes.
Hello, can I help you?
Yeah, we're looking for information. Not book information, but like word of mouth information. Connections. We're looking for somebody that's a master of transmutation, or at least very skilled at transmutation. Or may have ties.
So you want to speak to some of the professors, I assume?
Yeah, that would probably be best.
I'm not really sure where to go from that one. I guess I can send someone up to talk to the dean to see if there's any meetings to be had.
Yeah, I haven't been here since I was a kid.
Oh, did you come here as a child to learn the arts?
Yeah, 400 some years ago.
Oh wow! I wasn't alive then.
Rick Vyas.
You're the son of Rick Vyas. Ah, yes, his portrait's up in the main hall.
A painting, of course. Yeah.
I can see the similarities there. Such a shame to lose him.
Yeah, something like that.
So many years ago. I'll send someone up to talk to the dean. I'm afraid I don't know your name.
It's Echelion Vesvias.
Echelion Vesvias. I shall send someone up. Just wait around here. I'll there's a little cafe over there if you wish to have some tea or something.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Let's go over there then.
It's literally just a tiny, like it's a stall with some seats. Like it's not exactly big, but you sit down. They'd have charged you a couple of silver for just a little bit of tea and that.
I'll exchange tea recipes.
And eventually, the same man wanders over. I'd say he's sort of like young 30s, sort of human, light-skinned human. Comes back over. Well, the Dean is happy to see you now. In fact, if you're prepared.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to prepare. Be great.
Okay, in which case, we'll walk you up now. I will say, no weapons on campus. There's a little storage. We can lock them up, but it isn't allowed.
Oh, that's fair enough. Here goes. I've got a couple of daggers here, and we'll look after this. It's my
Don't give them to me. We'll take you to the lockers. You can lock them up yourself.
Are they tall lockers? Because this is quite tall.
Yes, very large, very large.
I'm gonna put the sword in the bag and then give you the bag.
He says, I won't take it off you. I don't need to touch them. I understand people have possession of their properties. It's just, I'll take you to the lockers first.
Alright.
So he takes you through. There's like this gigantic metal door inside. There's all sorts of like cages and stuff. And eventually he's like, right, these three here. Velka's like, dagger, sword, dagger. Just pops
Velka,
them all.
Sword in the bag.
Like, fine. Chucks it in. Eventually you got it all locked. He's like, right, in which case, follow me. He walks through. You walk through like a little archway and there's this. What have you still got a weapon? Velka's like, little switchblade. Like, sorry, this one. It's okay. Puts it across. You walk through. This time it doesn't go off. I didn't mean to. You walk through all sorts of... It's not a very long walk. Up some corridors, up some stairs, into a little office. And he says, right, in here.
Alright, thank you.
You're welcome. He just wanders off again. I hope you have a wonderful time. You walk in. It's probably a room you have seen before. Very, all sort of, big and grand, tall ceiling, books all over the shelves, desk in the center, big window overlooking like the main quadrant of the campus. But sitting down, half-moon spectacles down on his nose, long grey hair in a sort of a neatish suit-type robes is a man you'd recognize before, who I don't have a name for because you haven't given me one. He's Dean Pelton. No. Dean.
Oh my god.
Dean. Aristotle.
No.
Penforth. Hey, you don't give me a name, I come up with it. His name is Dean Aristotle Penforth, someone you recognize, Elven, of course. He says, hello.
Hey, Dean Pelforth. It's been a while.
A while. Ah, yes, the spitting image of your father. But shame. Do step in. I don't recognize your friends.
Oh, no, name's Flint. You call me Flint.
Flint, of course. You are interesting. I don't say I recognize your,
what a bit of sunburn, that's what it is.
I don't think that's the case. I'm gaining some sort of
little joke.
Elemental energy off you.
Ah, yes, I saw you here.
Yes.
You don't know any more about me, do you?
This, I'm sure, is a discussion for a different time. The other... Velka. Well, do come in, take some seats. He, waves his hand and a couple seats just across the floor in front of his desk. He takes a seat. Oh! Classic noises of sitting down. Sits this big, tall chair, wooden, it's all sort of fancy.
Twice his size.
Yeah. So, how can I help? Apparently you had some questions about information.
Yeah, so, as it happens, we're in need of a very skilled practitioner of either transmutation or necromancy, but, the better side of it, not the sketchy stuff like the guy in the bricks.
Transmutation and necromancy. An interesting combination of questions.
We're looking for resurrection.
I would have said so. Resurrection, or it seems you would be down for some reincarnation. Which I'm sure your father had told you before, and you would have been told. Reincarnation and resurrection, especially necromancy, are banned on this campus.
Yes. On this campus.
As much as we do mourn the dead, it is not something we allow to bring back those who have fallen. And that would extend to me hesitating to give you information on such things. It is my decision to have these bans, for good reason. Nothing good comes of bringing back those who have fallen.
It's your decision at the end of the day, but I thought I'd stop by and ask a friend.
Well, like I said, it is my decision to not tell you that there are people in the world that can do this sort of thing, and to not tell you that your best bet would probably be the royal family. I can't tell you these things because it is banned by me on this campus.
Of course, Dean Penforth.
Well,
Well, I guess yeah. I guess we'll have to go look somewhere else.
Yes,
A
I'm
different
afraid
city.
so. Such a shame you never decided to enroll. You would have been a prime candidate, following your father's impressive work.
Stars aligned in a different path, unfortunately.
Yes.
Different life.
It would seem you into some magic invented possibly by your father.
I'm not sure how much you'd know about that, but yeah.
You can ask him personally if you wish to.
No.
Yes, your
that was
father-
to him.
Oh, that was him.
He
Well,
said
your,
it-
your father and I were definitely close. We've had discussions on his ideas of different forms of magic, something I've never attempted myself. I stick with the traditional methods.
Probably better off that way.
He did, towards the end of his career, he did seem to be more exasperated in terms of his inventions. A little more desperate. Lord knows. He was
Never
more
saw him.
hidden towards the end,
Yeah.
hiding his work.
Found some traces of it, but doesn't help.
I won't
not really
ask, it
worth-
is not my place.
Worrying about.
He didn't have any rooms here, did he, with any of his notes and things?
Well, years ago when he was learning, sure, and for his brief stint at teaching as well, but no.
I didn't know he taught here.
Oh,
He's just
yes.
a friend of the...
He,
Did we die?
we didn't die. You're currently
Not
in the university talking to Dean Aristotle Penforth. No, he, after he learnt a lot of
So
his
we're
magical
we're
power,
talking about Etch's father.
he took up a small position to do some teaching, but it didn't stick. He wasn't a fan of students more than anything.
Makes sense.
Yeah, many
Stuff
years.
I learned I had to
many
learn
years.
on my own.
My mentor used to say the same sort of thing, actually.
And this someone I completely forgot to ask who they were. Your four-armed friend.
He was a spider on one of our backs until.
Oh yes,
right
of
now.
course.
What?
What?
Don't worry about it.
The dean is saying hello.
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 Again, one of a kind that I don't see very often, if ever.
No, we tend to keep to ourselves.
Yes, yes. Either way, apologies, I couldn't help more. But
Yeah,
if you do
I
ever
understand.
wish to come back for some lessons, I'm sure I can slot you in.
Maybe when everything calms down a little bit.
Whatever it is that is currently not calm, I hope it does calm down.
Well, you know, that explosion yesterday. People are in a bit of a stir. People will help.
Yes. Do you know anything about the explosion?
It may have to do with my father's magics, but
Creating destruction
sure.
so many years after his passing. Doesn't surprise me.
luckily, no one in the explosion was hurt. Too bad.
Well, technically the person was hurt before the explosion. No. Well, again,
Exactly.
I won't be
Careful
asking
choice.
questions of things that I don't want to know.
Maybe one day I can tell you it all.
Yes, maybe.
For now.
It's very pretty.
Yes, I only heard it and felt it to look out my window and see the remnants of magic was rather impressive.
What is it that you are a professor of?
I am the dean of the university. I used to be into bardic magic. That's what I learnt myself, but I do not teach anymore. I look over the school.
I see.
Thank you for all your help, or information, or
the lack of
thereof.
information that I could not give you. I'm afraid you cannot thank me for things I have not given you.
Yeah, but I just respect your position so much. And,
Thank you for your time, at least.
Yes, hopefully see you soon.
Hopefully.
Oh, just so Simon knows, because Unit would have heard, he definitely didn't tell you, because he wasn't able to, that the Royals would be the ones that would be able to tell you, because reincarnation and necromancy are banned on campus, so he's not allowed to talk to you about the fact that the Royals would probably have the best option.
I see.
He definitely didn't tell those things, is what he's saying. Because he can't.
You can thank someone for not giving you something. Thank you for not giving me a broken arm.
I mean, I don't just walk up to random people and say thank you for not breaking my arm.
Well, no, but somebody who
I want to do that now.
Yeah.
Just a random person on the street. Thank you. For what? Not breaking my arm. Anyway.
Thank you for not murdering me within the last 7 years, Alex.
Yes.
You're welcome.
I don't really understand how he's done that, actually.
I've only seen him once.
Oh, well, that's true.
Yeah.
Opportunity. Something else that Simon doesn't know about Etchwood is about the body outside.
By actually mean unit.
That indeed, unit even. The body outside.
Sarasat.
Yeah, there's somebody the gardener torn to shreds.
Oh, no.
Yes, you went and you found out that at the Sarasak household, Sarasak family estate, the groundskeeper named Aiden was found torn to pieces. Sarasak is just, you wouldn't know, it's just one of the households in the higher, more rich, big mansion.
Okay. Why would we there?
You weren't. You were talking to one of the outposts, because it's what Fryn usually does, but she currently can't do it, so Etch was given the job.
Yes, Alex, we get it. She's dead.
Yes.
God.
Sorry, did I tell you, by the way, that Fryn is currently out of action?
I T-pose into the universe and just become one with the stars.
Start singing Rewrite the Stars.
Like Fryn. Like Fryn.
Like Fryn.
May she T-pose forever in the stars.
She can't T-pose. She's in bed. Well, it depends how big the bed is.
Oh no, her soul will T-pose away.
It's like in the Hercules the Disney movie. She's like become a constellation.
Yeah, exactly.
A T-pose of stars.
Anyway,
that's how I want to die.
T-posing.
Let's go check out the Sarasak house, huh?
So you exit the university, say goodbye to everybody, and wander over to the Sarasak. A very impressive household indeed. I mean, it's a big house. It seems as though it was a big set of houses in like a sort of an estate. Or like a complex, but the Sarasaks have taken it and remodeled it into one big mansion. So it's a bit muddly, but it seems fairly nice and lovely. And as you wander over, there's a big gate and all this around their grounds and their front porch and everything, all locked up and unavailable.
What do you think then? Should we knock on the door, or should we have a look around first?
Let's knock.
There are 3 of us.
But you can't really knock so much as, I guess, pull like a string for like a... Yes, there are 4. Valkyrie is there. As you're like showing up, Valkyrie just walks over and... Tang, 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 tang. And a man wearing very fancy outfits. Whatever. I mean, I don't know what the medieval medieval equivalent of a butler would wear, but he's wearing it. A very long face and an upturned mouth, spectacles, and walks.
Probably something similar to Etch, but less colorful and with a waistcoat, and with a normal overcoat.
Yes, he walks there.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. We're here to investigate the the victim or the Aiden, the groundskeeper?
Under whose authority?
The peacekeepers.
And for what reason would you be interested in our late groundskeeper?
Keeping the peace.
Very good. Please wait. He walks back into the house.
What the hell does he think peacekeepers are gonna do? It's just
Vargo's like, I don't know, he's strange. What's the accent? That accent's definitely put on, right?
that has to be. Nobody in Valuna sounds like that.
Nobody sounds like that at all.
No, I don't know. I haven't been to the rest of the world. Hey, Eunice, is there anybody in your what did you call it?
Hybris.
Yeah, does anybody in Hybris sound like that?
Do I sound like they sound like that?
No, but does everybody sound like you in Hybris?
They rarely sound like anything. We don't really talk.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I will retroactively say it's not a set of old houses. It's an old nunnery. This has already been written.
Oh.
You should have just corrected me.
Oh, that changes everything.
Yeah.
That changes everything.
That means it's full of old nuns.
An old nun walks out.
What?
Eventually, a rather
That means-
young-looking,
that means we
a
know
very,
about those, Barry.
a very fancy,
Habit.
a very, don't get into the habit, very fancy dressed, but young, young human, sort of blonde hair, a little bit scruffy, but just very tidy in most of it. But it seems as though he has hair that's intentionally scruffed out a little bit. Walks out and says, hello, sorry, I've come, apparently I need to show you a murder scene.
Yeah, just here to take a look, see if we can
Yes.
track down what did it.
Yes. I'm Harvey Sarasak.
Etch. Nice to meet you.
Charmed, I'm sure. Shall we? He opens up the gate with a big key. Clunk.
Thank you.
Please. And immediately starts walking around the side, not towards the house, just around the side. Takes you around the back, and there's a perfectly clean area. He's like, well, this and most of the surrounding area is where we found him. I didn't personally. It was the morning staff.
Okay.
Cleaned up, of course. I mean, you can see his
There.
parts there.
That was the murder
Inside
weapon,
somewhere. I don't deal with this.
morning stuff.
Do you know where they took the body?
Inside somewhere. I mean, there's no one to
Oh.
clear it up, so I guess they're planning on disposing of it once searched.
We'll take a look out here. Do you mind making sure they don't do anything with it just yet?
It's not my authority. I don't even know who has it. It's inside somewhere.
All right.
The
One thing at a
Sarasate
time.
family and you don't have authority.
Pardon?
Said you're part of the Sarasak family and you don't have authority anymore.
Well, it's less... I mean, I'm sure if I wanted to, I could tell someone to do something with the body, but I'm not dealing with that.
Fair enough. I'll take a look around here.
Sure. You're welcome to look around the grounds. If you need anything, just knock on the door, I guess. I'll send someone.
Thanks.
I'll ask about the
The body.
parts. Yes.
The what?
Parts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
He just wanders off again.
Could I investigate the area?
Of course you can investigate the area.
Things?
I was going to do the very same thing.
Alex, I can't make this shit up.
Natural one?
Oh,
So
where's
So either a
my-
natural 1 or a natural 20, and I think I know
It's
which
a
one of the
natural
two.
20,
Yeah.
Oh.
and it's +9.
You investigate around the area, and
I'm not going to bother.
Does that
I was
matter?
going to investigate, but I'm not going to bother.
there's not much,
I
like,
can't.
there's not much, in lots of depth, obviously, there's not much left of the body, but you can, as getting right up to the grass, you can see that there's, like, traces, traces of blood soaked into the soil, I guess, slightly different, and you can tell that around one section of, like, a particularly fancy bush, there's, like, it's been rustled and torn away slightly, as if what you can tell from is it was a vicious attack from something. You can't really tell the direction or the angle or anything. It just seems as though with the information you've been given and what you've seen, there was a vicious attack from something. seemingly large.
Any traces of where it came from, went to?
Not really. In fact, with your natural 20, I'll tell you, oddly, there isn't. You know, it's almost I don't know,
There's
like
no tracks coming or going.
not really, no.
Something this large.
Maybe like
It just,
yeah,
it's like it just
but
appeared.
the other thing is there is like it's a lot of grounds, so it's very difficult to tell. Like there's stone paths as well throughout these grounds, so it's not like, oh, something appeared and blah blah blah. It's more like, well, something attacked something in these grounds and left, but it's most likely they seem to have left using normal methods, like they tried to use a door rather than.
What?
Hmm.
So what you're trying to say?
Eventually, the butler walks out again and says, "Hello. I've been told that you wish to see the body.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Is there any other information you require?"
Aside from seeing the body?
Yes.
Well, who
Well,
found
Is
the
the
body?
butler Alan Rickman?
Turn to page 423.
Yeah, two questions.
That's
Who
a
found the
good
body
impression.
and who found the body and did anybody see the attack?
No, the only remnants were the body and the broken fence.
Broken fence?
Yes.
Did somebody already fix the fence?
Yes.
God damn it.
Which fence?
Where was it broken?
He just points just at. So it's like a low stone wall with fence, sort of, you know, with spikes at the top and all this, and just points at that.
Okay. What direction is that in?
Front of the house.
Like past. Interesting. Alright.
Was it from the direction of the park? Or the area called the park?
Okay. Yeah, let's go check out the body and then.
He leads you inside. I mean, it's an interesting inside aesthetic, because obviously it used to be a nunnery, so that it's lots of separate like paths and rooms, but there's obviously also paintings have been put up and various like fancy things have been put inside as if it were a mansion, but it's actually like an old nunnery. It's very strange, you know. But he leads you through eventually to like one of the back areas where there's just like a butchery part of the kitchens, and then to the side, inside like an ice box, he just opens it up and there's just this bucket full of parts. And I mean full of parts. Not like a human body, just like a foot and a leg and various amounts of meat and bones. It's just like a mush mess. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think we're gonna get much from that.
Anyone any good at jigsaws?
Velka's like, that is a morbid sense of humor. Velka turns to the butler, just looks like a interested, like kind of what kind of look. He's like, yes. Is that really how you speak?
Yeah.
A rather rude question to be asking. Yeah, but like, come on. Like, he just looks away. Okay.
Is there anything to be seen in all these?
Do you require? I'm giggling because Sarah's walking in. Do you require anything else?
Hi, Sarah.
No, don't break the immersion. My immersion.
Murmur.
Do you require
Right.
anything else?
Don't break the immersion that he says, speaking to his fiancée.
Do I need to investigate, or does this look like a common attack
can
from these
investigate.
crystal beasts?
You can investigate.
Okay.
Quickly,
Oh,
do some RP. I'll be
Oh,
back.
it's a crystal beast.
Cock. That's what I'm seeing, if it looks like a common attack from them.
Yes.
I'm going to investigate
Oh.
if he fails miserably, because otherwise there's no point.
17 is my
So no.
roll. I rolled an 8, by the way.
I rolled investigation 7.
I'll roll an investigation because apparently we're competing in this now.
Yeah, go on, go for it.
I rolled a 4.
4. You're even worse than I am. That's amazing.
I'm very glad
So
that
fun.
investigation is the one skill that I picked as my proficiency.
So Greg, someone got an 8.
expertise.
Simon got a
Huh?
4.
I got a 5 because of my investigation.
Oh, of course. What were the other 2?
17.
I swear I heard an 8.
I rolled an 8, but it's a +9.
That's what I
rolled
heard.
I rolled a
Yes.
7.
Oh, you rolled a 7. Okay. So you take a look. I mean, there's not much to glean from it. You know, even with a natural 20, you just struggled. You take a look. The best you can tell is it definitely reminds you, like, you've seen damages before from various things attacking. You look at one of the legs, and the tear through it seems to be, and you can see why they thought it was animalistic. It's like torn flesh rather than like clean cut. Like it's been, sheared or ripped apart.
What chap?
I don't think we're going to get much more from this. I think we just need to have somebody watching the area. Have alerts or patrols on high alert.
Perhaps we could investigate the fence.
We could, but it's been repaired, and I don't think we're going to get anything.
There might be something around the fence area that wasn't.
Yeah, maybe.
Wasn't picked up.
Worth a peek.
He leads you out towards the fence. Basically the same place as before, and just stands there whilst you look at it.
Can we see anything the other side of the fence?
Well, I mean, you're on the inside right now. You could check the outside once you go outside if you wished to.
Oh, it's a big fence. I thought you meant like a little.
No. It's like so it's got like stone pillars with a stone bit at the bottom with these big like metal fence pieces in between. Proper fancy.
Just gonna look at the butler and say, you know, really shouldn't clean a crime scene until it's been.
There is no
analyzed,
authority or police in this city, but we do like to fix our broken perimeter.
Okay. We're gonna go outside and take a look, and then probably go away.
Very good. Very good.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
He takes you back to the front as you leave through the gate and just closes it behind you and locks it up and just walks back to the house. Velka's like,
I guess we're going
that
around that end.
is a strange place.
I cannot tell if he was suspicious or if he was just a butler.
Yeah, I don't think he was suspicious. Why would they kill their groundkeeper?
I don't
No,
think
why would
they
anyone
could have.
speak like that?
I don't think they could have done that if they wanted to. Those were animalistic. They were probably the crystal beast or some other.
Yes,
horrible
but we
creature.
also thought that Stefan was harmless. So
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, do these crystal beasts often come into town then?
Every once in a while. It was
Somebody
a lot
would
more
have
common
seen
before
them,
this sector sunk.
Surely?
And
And they
do
tended to
they
be less...
often leave absolutely no trace at all and then leave by the front door.
The only thing I'll say,
No.
Velka says, the only thing I'll say is they tend not to come all the way to one specific place, attack one person, and then walk away.
And leave no trace.
Yeah.
Do you want to do an investigation on the other side of the fence, by the way?
I would like to.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Roll
Roll
a
it.
perception because my
You can roll it.
investigation is shy.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
I
I'll
do
do
a
perception as well. Can I do a carry
20
perception?
26.
Investigations. 26.
Investigation.
I'm going to investigate. You never know. I might get an
Oh, I got an 8 because I rolled a 2.
I got a 4.
These dice are cursed. Why am I using these dice? It's your dice again, Alex.
4, a 28, and a 2. It's
So-
No,
probably
it was an 8 in total.
oh, an 8
So
in
you,
total.
you and I are looking that way.
No, you're probably looking at the
Well,
fence, but Etch looks down at some of the bushes and various things around. Like, it's obviously like got fairly nice looking things around the bottom of it. And you do, with the 20 bloody 8, manage to pick out. It's a
It was
19-year-old.
It's
26.
26.
Oh, only a 26, of course.
Saw nothing at all.
Yeah, you saw nothing. Fur. Just a little bit
Huh?
of fur caught in one of the bushes.
Oh. Fur.
Really kind of
Grey fur.
Does it look like that fur? Of
Well, I
the-
mean, it could be hair, but it's more like fur. You know animals.
Yeah. Does it look like the fur of those dogs that attacked us down in the?
They didn't
Were they
really
the same
have any
kinda?
fur.
There were
Oh,
dogs
okay.
that attacked you.
Yeah, crystal dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, they had like
They're
kind of bare skin and crystals all over. They didn't really have fur.
Oh.
I want to be like you. Ooh, ooh.
I'm going to use wild shape.
Okay.
I'm going to transform into a mastiff.
You probably haven't seen a mastiff.
Really? In the city? Never?
People don't really own dogs in Veluna, or
Corsu?
of course, yeah, not really. It's not really a thing that they do.
Oh. Fine.
What else have you got that you can turn into? I forget.
I have a list of things that includes a number of different things, but none of them especially useful apart from the massive, really.
You should turn into a giant centipede.
I mean, I can turn into a giant centipede, it just won't do anything. Also,
Yeah.
a giant centipede is not... It's not giant, it's like the size of a dog, which is relatively giant for a centipede, but not like giant.
If I saw a centipede the size of a dog, I would not go, oh, that's a small centipede.
Yeah.
No, but it's not like... It's
No,
not
I
the
know,
size
I
of
know,
a
I know,
giant
I know.
worm,
I know.
compared, considering that worms are normally around the size of a centipede.
Also, I'm sure Greg would love to see a giant centipede.
Velka. So Velka is with us, isn't she?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I say Velka.
Hmm?
Okay.
That sounds
You know that thing you can do, which you don't do very often.
I'm aware.
I was wondering if you recognise that fur at all.
What
It's
is the thing that
fur.
she can do?
Nothing, but it's just fur.
Okay.
I don't know what I'd be able to... I don't know.
Neither do I.
Are we
I'm-
very sure that I won't have seen a mastiff because they've got advantage on perception rolls for scent?
But arguably, because they have advantage on perception rolls for scent, as a unit, you could still try and do a perception roll for scent. Just sniff
That's
the
true.
air. You just won't have advantage.
That's true. Well,
Can I take the fur and put it in one of my little
I mean, technically,
vials that I usually use for blood?
Yeah, you can store it, keep it.
technically, as a pharmacist who relies on scent pheromones for their primary form of communication,
Yeah.
you'd think I'd have advantage on some rolls,
But you don't.
but I don't. For a reason.
For balancing reasons. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Whoopsie daisy, and just punch that.
All right. I think that's all we're gonna get from this.
So what do you
Yeah.
reckon then? Well,
Back to the tower, I
so,
think.
hang on, before, so this is where he came through the fence. So what's opposite direction from the house where we're standing?
Yeah.
A lot of things. The rest of Veluna.
The park.
Directly by us, though.
Because I'm thinking we might as well head in that direction. You never know, you might pick up a
Might find some more fur.
clue or a trail or some fur or something. Might as well,
Beniz's
we're doing
house
that-
is just that way.
we could
Oh,
sort of-
'cause
feel
like-
there-
You want to go to the Benizis.
No, I'm
no,
just
no,
saying
no. But if we go across the park, you might see something. You never know.
Yeah.
We can try it. You can give an investigation as a general to try and track a direction that something might have gone from where you currently are.
12
Oh, what were we rolling?
investigation.
Not survival
13.
because it's tracking.
13?
I rolled a 4.
Not really, because you're not like tracking in the same sense. It's more looking around and investigating.
In which case I rolled a 10.
10.
Well, I rolled a 9 and got a 10.
None of you can kind of glean that maybe they'd have gone in that direction, but as you walk towards the park, it's just like a big open area where it's like anything could have come across here, you know?
Fair enough.
Back to the tower then?
I think so. I don't know what else you could do.
So you head back to the tower. I think probably there's Jackson chilling up there. Maya still with like there's just papers everywhere. She's on a desk and there's just paper freaking everywhere.
I don't see Elsie.
Nope. That was Dibley.
Well, if we're gonna help Fryn, sounds like we have to go to Corsia and talk to our dear friends, the Royals.
Who are you talking to here?
Maya.
Oh, Maya's like, yes. If you can, then yes.
We can go
Yeah,
and see
that's
if we can
really-
find that nice prince again. What was his name now?
Yeah, I don't know. This may be a question directly for his father.
If you think you can convince him, then obviously, but I'm not sure what advantage this gives to them.
Well, I'll probably have to prostrate myself for them.
Excuse yourself.
Yeah, I know that sounds dirty, but you know that's a word that is a thing that's real and not dirty.
Prostrate, not prostate. God.
Exactly.
I'm going to have to prostate myself.
Yep.
Well,
And I assume we'll
when
have
you
to-
do say that, Jackson Fulks goes,
we'll have to take Fryn with
As
us.
if Jackson would know what a prostate is.
Also, my updates. Nothing from the stacks, and
Okay.
there was a murder up by the Sarasax.
she looks up like, oh, great. Of course, there has to have been.
Yeah, some groundskeeper was torn to shreds. We didn't really find anything though. They
Okay.
cleaned up most of the evidence. So
Fun. Of course they did. Who's Sarasak?
yeah, Sarasac.
Okay. Is it something we should be concerned about?
Guards on high alert, but
Okay,
I'm
I'll
not
send
sure.
word to keep an eye, I guess, around there. Who was killed? Any particular reason?
I don't know. But it seemed targeted. The kid's name was Aiden.
Just to clarify, not a kid.
Well, for
You'd
elves,
have seen
sure.
the body, and it was not an elf.
Yeah, but I mean,
I know,
Greg,
but in
presumably,
Oh, I see. You're saying kid, but it was
Yeah.
but Greg,
kind
if you,
of,
see, if you see an old human man who is
It's kind of a
listening
wrinkly man,
to
yeah.
decrepit and he's only 80,
a kid.
you're still really
kind of a
Okay,
wrinkly man.
Yep, he's a kid.
Sure.
Huh? What? What? What do you want from me? He's a kid. No. Was he 80 years old, Alex?
Not like 80. He was more sort of like 60s, human 60s.
Okay.
So wrinkly old man, you know, just like old, decrepit,
Human kid.
wrinkly, disgusting.
I'm not in my 60s.
Not yet.
I'm not in my 60s. Not for
4 months. Oh, wait, not even that yet. Weeks.
Are you looking forward to transitioning into becoming decrepit?
another 5 or 6 weeks yet?
He's still a young, sprightly man.
Although I have noticed that whenever I bend over to pick anything up now, I go, "Ugh!"
I do that until I'm 25.
Yeah.
Sorry, just carry on.
Yeah. It's like, well, I guess we'll keep an eye. If it doesn't happen again, there's not much we can do, really.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like they particularly wanted anything to be done in all families.
Well, they're a rich family. They'll just hire somebody else. If it had been one of the family members, they'd have a different opinion, I'm sure.
Sure.
Is any risk it might happen to somebody else, you think?
With one attack, how can we tell?
I don't know. I don't live here, so I don't know.
My first guess is the Benizis. I mean, they
Yes,
don't
they
take
do.
kindly to other rich families not bending to their will.
Yes, but it's an odd approach. Attack the groundskeeper?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem
Maybe they were trying to
Benizzi
get away with
style.
something and the groundskeeper saw it.
Well, that's
Who knows?
potentially true, but I mean, what would they be getting away with?
No, I wouldn't have thought they'd break down the fence if they were doing that.
There's a broken fence as well, okay. Well, for now, I guess we just keep an eye, and then if something happens, then we'll pay attention to it. It's about as much as I've got. For now, I have a
Yeah.
billion different parts of paperwork to do.
I guess our little outfit here should head on to Corsia.
Did you ask about who the family of the deceased was?
I was just thinking
In
how we
case
should
there's any
actually go
family
into
protection we
it.
need to do?
Probably should do that, yeah.
If it is targeted at a family, I don't want it to be And that, I guess, is the only thing I guess we could glean.
We need to know what his second name is then, don't we?
Probably useful.
We did find some fur.
You could go ask. I'm sure they'd know. At the place where he worked.
Yeah, but you know, it's such a long walk.
I'll go and do it. I can do the walk.
So you get up and walk all the way back. Velka doesn't come.
Okay, I should play my
Velka's like, nope.
I don't go.
You know, was gonna go, and then he saw that that Flint was gonna be playing his flute, and he decided.
So they wander over. Well, I mean, it is a good like hour and a half walk over the other city. You get there, the same guy walks out. Hello again.
You know that chap who got all ripped to bits and that?
Yeah.
What was his name? What was his family?
1 second. Walks inside, comes out with a little piece of paper that says the name was Aidan Ronellis Longwin.
Oh, good. Hang on.
Have we met a Longwin?
I'll let
Quite
that
a
be to
few.
your discretion.
Aiden what?
Aidan, A-E-D-A-N, Aidan Ronellis, R-O-N-E-L-I-S, Longwin, L-O-N-G-W-I-N.
Longwin. Do you know where his family are?
I have no idea. But the mother does also work here.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Longwin.
We're not there.
We're not there.
We're not there.
We're not there. We're not there. It's fine. It's fine.
She's not currently in, but I can send a message if you wish.
Or if you can tell me where she is, I can go
Probably at home, I would imagine.
Well, that's what I'm enjoying. Where's her home then?
I don't know where she lives.
Yeah, I'll come back, I think.
Mhm.
Perhaps you can send a message and say, oh, I don't know, really. No, I'll come back.
Okay.
Professional.
The thing is, I don't, as Flint wouldn't know whether it's okay to sort of tell people to come to the tower and things. So, yeah, exactly. So it's like,
Why don't you pop over to the tower? Got a lovely set of people up there.
So now I forget that. I'm going to go back and tell them.
He just wanders off again.
Tell them to meet at this mysterious, supposedly abandoned building.
Exactly. Tell her then.
What
Thanks for
could
the help.
possibly go wrong?
Right, I'll head back.
So they're now, I'm sure, I don't know,
So now
playing a game of
now
chess or
is he
something.
back, or
Yeah, he'll be back now.
I would have went to look to have a conversation with Velka.
Okay, Velka's sitting down, flicking a knife around.
It's like,
Longwin? you say?
so,
Huh?
You sure you have control over the thing, right?
She gives you just a disappointed look.
I know. Listen, I don't know a lot about it. That's why I'm asking you. Alone, one-on-one.
I would know if I had lost control.
Okay. That's all.
I would.
Just wanted to check. I believe you.
Back in the main room.
Nothing's going on.
What did you say the man's name was?
Oh yeah, Flint walks back in. Again, there's a unit sitting there.
Yeah.
Oh, are units?
How do you go back?
Where's Edgecombe?
I believe he's talking to.
Oh, well, never mind. I got the name.
What?
You start saying where I am, and he's like, "Ah, never mind."
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's not here. Someone else. Yeah, he's Aiden. Oh dear, should have written it more carefully.
It's the handwriting of the butler's all really cursive.
Longwin.
Longwin. You're sure about that name?
Well, that's what they told me.
But,
Etch walks back out, I'm sure.
Flint,
What's going on?
this is going to make you less happy than you already are today. Flint, do you remember what Elsie's surname is?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Last name's Longwind, isn't it?
Elsie Longwind.
Is it? Oh dear.
Yes.
Shame.
Etch, have a guess at the name of dear little
Oh god damn it.
Yes.
I did say this was I knew the name Aiden.
Velka's behind just goes, I'm lost.
The chopped up man, Elsie's something. I mean, I'd assume father. That seemed like a really just not authentic gasp.
Yes.
Sorry, I'll try again.
Is this Alex or Velka? I cannot
This is
tell.
Velka. I didn't know. I just don't really have any. I
Velka
don't
doesn't
know
emote,
him.
So. Velka emotes less than Unit does.
As far as can tell from Elsie, she didn't like her dad, so I'm not convinced I should be sad here. Good riddance, I guess.
She didn't really tell us anything.
I'm not sure that
Me
not
either.
liking him and wishing him to be ripped to shreds are quite the same thing.
Well, yeah, that's true. But what
I
can
think
you
we should
just
go over
do?
and have a chat with the family.
Yeah, you can do that once she walks off.
Okay.
I mean, if they don't know, somebody should tell them, really.
Can
Unit's happy to do it.
I insight Velka?
Yeah, insight.
Oh, yeah.
She doesn't know this. She can't call me out. Well, it's not going to help. It's a 9.
As far as you can tell, she's just being a sarcastic prick.
Okay. Well.
I think it would be sensible for us to go and talk to the family, and perhaps Elsie will also be there.
Didn't sound like she was there, according to Jackson.
Hmm.
Where would she have gone? Oh god. There's so many kids over there. There's gonna be a lot of emotions. Oh god. Okay. Hey Maya,
Yes.
any chance you wanna go and help us deliver some bad news?
She just gives you like a stink eye with all this paper like in her hands.
I'll trade. Fine.
Look very keen.
Well, time to try to be,
You want to be
Not
a
even
shoulder
a
to
word.
cry on. You want to be a shoulder to cry on, is what you want to be. Strong.
I have 4 shoulders.
There you go then. Perfect.
even with your 4 shoulders, I don't think there's enough for the entire family.
Technically,
Anyways,
probably has.
That's about to only talk to one.
Probably only has 2 shoulders, and then like the other ones come from like I don't know.
There's still shoulders.
I don't know because they
like
come out of
arm
here,
meets the
so the
body.
shoulders are the top bits. It's more like the armpits, just kind of
Yeah,
in
but
the
it's like-
torso.
Shoulders just the bit where the arm meets the
You
body,
have
right?
6 armpits.
It's 4 armpits.
4 armpits.
4 armpits.
One, then one above, if it's not a shoulder, and then one below.
No, I was talking about the
Oh,
armpit of the one
yeah.
above.
The
Doof.
one above is the one below.
The one above is the one below, and I can't disagree with that. So anyway, moving on.
I'm glad we sorted that one out.
Hey, Flint, how about you lead the charge on this? Good luck, bud. I'll be right behind you.
Okay, fair enough.
You walk over to the
I'm sure he's gone to a better place. He's absolutely
Longwood
fine.
estate. Do you walk over to the Longwood estate?
It's in
Absolutely.
Veluna.
Estate? Wow.
I mean, you know, fine. No estate.
What now?
The Longwind 2 up 2 down.
Hovel.
I mean, you say estate, like estate as in like a manor, or estate as in like just
car.
Legally speaking.
oh yeah, car
Estate.
or collection of social housing.
Anyways, we're gonna get caught up in the minutia real quick.
So you walk across town once more. It's getting late now. It's just like you've done all the walking thing again. You've probably got calves of steel from all the walking you have to do. You knock on the door. Opened by, I reckon, probably the mother opens up. Very concerned look on her face. In fact, she opens up and just goes, sorry, I don't mean to be. Hello.
Oh, hello. Do you remember me? We met before.
Yes, rather unforgettable.
That's really kind of you, I think. I'm quite sure, actually. Anyway.
Anyway, your husband's dead. Sorry.
You decided to come in. We've got some difficult things to talk about.
Is it about Elsie?
No. As far as we know, Elsie's fine, although we can't seem to find her at the moment.
Oh, she hasn't come back, and I don't know, just left, and I'm just rather worried.
Yes, we're on the lookout for her as well. I'm sure she's fine. She's just got a few things to sort out.
Okay.
No, there's something else we need to talk about.
Yeah, please step in. You step in. There's craziness going on all around the house. I mean, there'd be 2 boys and 3 girls, all being insane, ranging from 16 to 5.
Actually, if they're all running around in this, is it a single room?
I mean, it's supposedly like a 2 up, 2 down. There's like a kitchen and a second room, and then upstairs is just like a couple bedrooms with loads. There's not much space in there at all.
I'm gonna go hang out with the kid that I told to punch her brother.
That would be Greta. No, Moira.
So I'll tell you what. Why don't you and Etch go and sort of?
I'll make sure they're all right
with the kids, and I'll talk to Mrs.
Are you sure you're equipped?
Well,
She's standing there like,
What do you mean? I see what you mean. I'll make some tea.
I'm just assuming you picked up your weapons again.
What
I'm just assuming you picked up your weapons again.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go there without my bow.
just left them in the uni, like, shit. Anyway,
so I'm make sure that
so there's Etch talking with some of them. There's Unit like having kids hanging off all 4 of his arms, just like, what is this?
I'm just holding them all back, like.
So
You sit down in just vaguely in a separate, or like in the kitchen, just perch on some like stools or something. She's like,
so do you? Am I right in thinking that Aiden is a member of this family?
Yes, he's my husband. I mean, I assume he's still out working. He's been out all night before.
Well, I've got a bit of bad news there. He works up at the Sarasak house, doesn't he?
Yeah, same as I'm off today.
Well, I think you better sit down and have a nice cup of tea. I'm afraid there's been a bit of an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
Is he okay?
Oh, no, not really. No. I'm afraid he didn't make it.
She's already sitting, just basically no response, just like a confused face, like oh.
Seems that something attacked him basically, and very sadly he's passed away. Hopefully he's with Elm now, living in a better place.
I see.
You all right?
Yes.
Yeah?
A lot
You're
to
right, though.
process. A lot to process. Is all.
Now, would you like us to stay here and look after the kids for a while what do you ever think?
No, it should be okay. There will be things to sort out, but it should be okay.
Are you sure? Okay, well, if you're really sure. I don't think you should be on your own for the moment, though. Is anybody who can come over and be with you for a little while?
Not really. I can get Betsy, probably.
Having a friend over would be good at the moment, I think, just for a day or two.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you for.
But let me go. Tell you what, let me go and get this Betsy while my friends look after your kids for a minute. Where is she?
She works at the inn.
When you see here, Edge, can you keep an eye on her while I just go and get her friend?
Just like a child climbing on you, like, what?
I was going to go get our friend Betsy from the inn. You hang on here for a few minutes. Is that all right?
Okay.
Bye.
She's just sitting there, just like, obviously in deep thought. Not like visibly sad, just very concerned face.
Also, I love that Flint just didn't bother to consult Unit. That's what.
No, but I'm assuming that Unit A is not quite as empathic, and B, he's also got kids having off 4 arms.
Lack of empathy and having kids hanging off 4 arms sounds like a good combination.
Exactly.
You're just a jungle gym at this point. Similarities between Unit and a jungle gym. No empathy. Kids like to hang off them.
Yeah, exactly.
Will
not put up a fight in
I've
this
never
case.
seen Units in a jungle gym in the same room.
So I mean, there we go.
Conspiracy?
Coincidence?
Next week on Dumbest Conspiracy Theories.
Yeah, so I'll head up to the inn then and track down Betsy.
Track down Betsy. You know Betsy.
Oh, yes, I do.
Hey, Betsy.
God.
You mean Aunt Betsy, don't you?
Aunt Betsy, yeah, but she wouldn't call her
Yeah.
Aunt Betsy.
I was thinking that was Aunt Betty.
It's actually, relation-wise, Betsy is the mother you were just talking to, Laura's aunt.
Oh, right, okay. So she's Aunt Betsy, I was right.
She is Aunt Betsy. You walk in and Betsy's, vaguely serving things. There's obviously other people doing things. She walks in. Hello again. Nice to see you once more.
Can I have a quick word? It's quite important.
Of course, yes. She shouts some things to other people working. Like, do this, and leads you around through the back into a couple sofas. Yes. Sorry, you seem very concerned.
You know Aiden Longwind?
Oh yes, Aiden, lovely gentleman.
I'm afraid he's been killed up at the house, whatever it's called, the Sarasak house. So I wondered if you could go and sit with his wife for a little while. She's going to be a bit.
Yeah, his wife, your niece.
I can't think of her name. What's her name?
Laura.
I don't think I ever knew her name. Actually.
Laura.
I'm pretty sure it was mentioned
Laura.
literally like a minute ago.
Laura.
I wasn't listening.
Laura. I've said it like 5 times. You were just having a conversation about you don't know what it is. Laura.
Laura. Yeah, Laura. If you could go and sit with Laura for a while, I think she might need a friendly face around.
Yes, of course. I'll need to sort some things around. She, give me a second. She goes out. You can hear her belting commands at everybody. In fact, actually, you hear her go to the end and go, right, we're closed. And everyone's like, what? No. It's like, everybody out. Leave out. And eventually everyone shuffles out. About 5 minutes later, she comes back like, right, just have to lock up. Please.
Might be worth grabbing some overnight stuff just in case you have to stay.
She grabs some food, overnight stuff, and comes with you, hurries. About 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, Etch standing in front of Laura, who's just,
Set in silence.
awkward silence. Can't believe he's dead.
So-
I mean,
I'm really sorry. I'm bad at comforting.
Well, at least you're
she doesn't really acknowledge your presence that much. She's just like,
That sounds about right.
I don't really know what to do. More than anything, I don't worry about income and funeral and there's a lot to think about.
Yes, there is.
And Elsie's still missing. God, she could be hurt too. What if someone's after the family? Where is she? Please tell me you know where she is.
I don't know. We've been looking a bit, but
I hope she's
didn't
okay.
come back to us either.
I hope she hasn't been hurt as well.
She's a strong girl.
Why would somebody attack Aiden? I mean, he's not the most liked, but this, I mean.
Would you like someone to watch over the house, at least for the next few days? Just to make sure that they're not coming after everyone in the family, just in case.
I guess, yes, but I'll still have to go to work.
Can't take a few days off?
They won't pay me for days off, and I have to make money. Like a weary smile.
Huh?
I'm not there at the moment.
She just said a weary smile.
How much would you make in, say, I don't know, 5 days?
5 days? Well, me and Aiden together would make probably 3 gold.
Here, have 50.
No, I can't take your money.
No, take a few days off.
I can't take your money.
A few days
though.
off, you need it. Especially if they're watching over there, it's not going to be safe, and Elsie's not going to be happy if she knows that we let you go when it's not safe. So
it's very kind. I don't know what I'll do.
Just take some time.
Yes. Around this point, you're relieved by Betsy walking in, just giving a big hug to to Laura, and they just start having their own conversation. You just sidle out of the room. Jungle Jim is still, I'm just gonna start calling Unit Jungle Jim now.
You all right over there, Unit?
There's another
Jim.
Jim. There's another
JJ. Yes, I like that. JJ.
There's another fan art I'd love to see of just him straight face or ant face, just with kids hanging off him.
Ant faced.
Ant faced.
Ant faced. He is an ant. It is the only face that he has.
Yeah, and the Great Aunt just walked in. So
Huh?
it's a funny joke. Great Aunt just walked in, and he's the Ant-Man. Ant-Man.
The big ant that tells all the other ants what to do.
No, that's his queen.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, you all sort of vaguely sidle out of the house, leaving them to their own stuff, and sort of the door closes behind you. Or eventually manage to pry all the kids off you.
Fist bump Moira.
Yeah,
Good job. Stand up for yourself.
You
kid.
put out your fist like that, and she just looks at you like, "What is this?
It's
What are you
It's
doing?
encouragement. I don't.
What's the
Never mind.
fist? What is this?
It's
What
a
is
fist bump.
Is this an old person thing?
Affirmation.
It's a fist bump.
Oh no. I'm only 473.
You're
Come
so
on.
old. I'm 12. You've been alive for 14 times the same amount as me.
A lot more.
good to see.
Just gonna. I'll see it. See you later, Moira.
Okay. Just walks off. Skips off.
I feel so old. Humans make me feel so old.
How old are you?
473.
So you're nearly 40 times old.
I'm like the prime of my life. Anyways.
You vaguely walk off towards the tower once more, walking past a dark, lights-off Dugnex Dream, something that would be quite, you've never really seen before, because it's just closed. It's never closed. There's just a little sign on the front that just says, closed until further notice. And you head you head upstairs, and there's a grumpy Jackson sitting at the table.
What?
Pub's closed.
Yeah. Elsie's dad is not. He's dead.
Oh shit! When did that happen?
Yeah. I don't
why does that
even
mean
know.
the
We
pub's
didn't ask
closed?
what happened. Because it's Elsie's family runs the pub.
Do they?
They do.
Oh.
That's why you got all the free pies and drinks.
That's why we were getting free pie.
You
I
were
didn't question it. I wasn't sure why, but I thought if I questioned it, they might stop doing it. I thought it was like an error.
Oh. Any chance you've seen Elsie?
No.
I didn't think so.
Don't you have a network of people around the city you can ask?
Me? No.
We do.
Oh, them, yes. Technically
You're
me, yes.
part of. Jackson, you're such a headache.
Thank you.
Saddle up, boy. That was a little bit of cowboy in there.
Well, saying thank you in an Irish accent, thank you, right, opposed to thank you. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Is Maya still under a pile of papers?
Just more paper. You don't even know where it's coming from.
Inexplicably, the paper has increased.
I'm gonna go over and help her for the rest of the
You attempt. You learn
Maybe
what you
Elsie is somewhere in that pile of paper.
maybe what you learn over the evening of helping her out is A, Maya is ridiculously good at writing quickly and doing paperwork, and B, you have no idea how Fryn was doing this continuously. There's just so much happening constantly. You're like, what?
When did we take on this much responsibility?
I don't know. Fryn did it.
Is this what she was doing while I was in the sunken sector?
I think this is just what she's been doing always. Since she took over. Like, look at this record goes back 150 years.
Oh my god.
I'm glad we gave it to her. How the hell?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to keep up with this for too long. I don't know how she kept doing this.
Like, we need to try to bring her back, but also part of me wants to let her rest.
I don't know, she seemed to enjoy doing this stuff.
Really?
Arguably, there's only one other person who I think could take on this responsibility, but it is not someone I want to be taking on this responsibility.
Jackson.
Tal, not Jackson. At the same time, you say Tal and Jackson, she looks at you like, what? I'm not convinced he can write his own name.
It's otherwise useless. I don't know.
I mean, that is true. But I don't want him. Do you want him doing this paperwork?
I don't know. Oh yeah, it's Tal awake.
Don't know, I haven't checked.
Go in and check.
He's still resting. Still unconscious on the bed.
How long can this man sleep?
Oh, he was only, only had all of the power absorbed from him, was in a magical explosion, had his arm removed, he's been transformed for 100 years. Just that stuff.
Yeah, just get a grip, man.
What did you see for hours?
Well...
Sure, as it comes to the close of another day. I'm assuming it's towards the end of another day. I mean, you've done a lot of walking, but it might just actually be more like late afternoon, early evening. Is there anything that you guys generally wanted to do?
I'm going to get my easel out and start doing a painting.
Of course. Of course.
I'm going to check out the shards of that, of Goliel.
Ah, yes. Give me an investigation. Arcana investigation.
25.
Are you seeing all of the numbers from my dice rolls? Is that how you're going consistently over?
No, my investigation is just stupid high.
Yeah, all of it, like his numbers of pluses. Investigation is +9. It doesn't really matter what he gets.
Ooh.
Although to be fair, with a 25, you're still getting a 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, you check it out, and as far as you can tell, well, the blade itself is busted, it's cracked and all micro-fractured and all this kind of stuff. You have a feeling if you tried to use it, it would into a million pieces. And you can tell the crystal is completely bust. Like, you are assuming that the source of that explosion was that crystal being overcharged, or something along those lines. Because it's the kind of explosion you've seen before from one of these crystals, and this one is bust, so.
As if it was retaining a lot more energy than it should ever have been able to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with a 25, I'd say your assumption is the body of
Tal.
Body of Tal was helping maintain a stable sort of energy within this crystal, and the removal just severed that connection. It just immediately just volatile reaction, you know? That's what you're assuming, from what you know. Whether that's right or not, you don't know.
Okay. Well...
But it is pretty much just a bust weapon. Like, you couldn't use it.
Yeah. It's like the dead crystals in the cavern.
Yeah,
Sure.
but you couldn't even use it as just a weapon. You'd swing at something and it would just explode.
Okay.
Do we want to go and get some more crystals at some point?
I mean, we could, but we don't really need it right now.
As you're looking at this, Divly walks in behind. You sort of turn around, Divly's just standing there going, nodding his head.
What the hell?
Place that one.
Yeah, it's
Completely
broke as
suppressed
hell.
the flat there. Aye.
Yeah. What have you been up to, Divly? Why am I?
Yeah, right, nice that. Just a little sleep and then for the rest of it for food. With no next things closed though.
Yeah, I actually understood everything you just said.
What did he say? Go on.
He had a sleep, then he woke up, ate at Dugnack's stream, then it closed down, and now he's back here.
It's close. That's not what he said, but it's close enough.
Close enough, yeah.
Wrong.
I thought
Wow.
he put his clothes on.
Oh. Well, I don't know what else to do. Any ideas, Divly?
Right.
All right. Gonna get up and just go sit at Tal's bedside.
He's at Tal's bedside. Yeah, he's still breathing. He hasn't moved at all. I mean, you can check his wound. It's healing as would a normal wound. No, like, special healing or anything. Actually, to be fair, it's probably healing a bit faster because Maya's probably been tending to it with some healing spells.
Yeah.
So
Giving him some good berries.
exactly. Some of them good berries.
I love the name of that spell. Just good berry.
In fact, at this point, because it's been a little bit of
It's like
time,
patting a strawberry on their head.
good berry. It's probably like actually just like healed over. I mean, there's not much to really investigate on him. He looks almost identical to how he
I just want
did
to sit there.
when you knew Tal before. Other than
Except
that,
gray skin and red eyes.
except grayscale. I mean, you can't see his red eyes. Technically, you don't know if he's got red eyes. You have to open up his eyelids to see
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I'm sure we would have investigated that at some
Yeah,
point.
it's just pure red. No pupil, no sclera separation, just red. Yes, I know the word sclera because I'm clever.
Or because you
Right.
buy contact lenses occasionally.
Because I've seen contact lenses, yeah. That's the only reason.
I'll just sit there and wait for a while.
I think it gets into the
Kid wakes
later
up.
evening. Nothing goes on, and you probably fall asleep in your chair. The rest of you have anything planned for the evening?
No, I'll have a nice paint for a while, and then I shall.
Before I get to that, Eunice,
So if you consider sitting at a table not doing anything.
you're sitting at the table not doing anything. Jackson comes over with the chess set and puts it down in front of Eunice and says, "Right, I want to play you."
Okay.
Do you have any idea what chess is? Oh, it's like he sets the move. He moves forward a piece. Like, right, your turn.
I do the same.
You just mirror him. You just keep going, keep mirroring him, and eventually he's like, "Why are you copying me?"
I don't know what this is.
It's chess. I should not know what chess is. You've been living in a hole.
Yes.
Oh. Do you want to learn chess? It's a strategy game. Proper
Yeah.
strategy. I'm
Yeah.
sure someone like you will get it real quick.
Yes.
He just spends like a good hour or two teaching you. You get it. You play a game. You beat him completely blindly easily, and then he's like, "Well, right. I'm going to bed." Just walks off. Or like you beat him a good few times in a row.
Does chess involve wisdom or intelligence?
I don't care. I just like to imagine Unit being stupid good
don't
at
care.
it. I just like to imagine that Unit would be stupid good at it for no reason.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of just like. Yeah, it's just like, well, I'll just imagine what's.
And also, I think he's trying to use mind games with all his charisma. It just doesn't affect Unit. He says all these things, Unit's like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you want to move this piece, don't you? No. I want to move this piece. Shit. Anyway, inside of the room, Etch, you watching over Tal eventually fall asleep. And you're woken up rather gently to just a hand on your knee and a little voice that just says, hello?
Just a hand. No body, just a hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're awake?
Yeah, it's Tal. I like to imagine Tal. It's Tal. He's awake, and for a second you're just like, "Oh, hi," and then you realize what's actually. These red eyes just staring straight into you up close.
Wow, that's disarming.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you.
It's all right.
This is actually a lie because he said hello. I didn't mean to alarm you.
No, just shakes me. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you.
Wake up! Oh, I'm sorry. Did you wake up?
So they're holding a megaphone.
He's like, yes. Sorry.
He's wearing Whitebane's cloak.
I don't know where I am.
You're in our home. How are you feeling?
Our home?
Yeah.
Who are we?
Yeah.
Who are we? Are we together?
Not like that.
A couple? Oh.
I'm afraid I don't know who I am.
Hold on. I want to insight that, but while he's getting up and walking to say, "Hey, it's Wake." Anybody that's around?
Sure.
I'll come wandering over.
It's like early morning. You've probably gone to bed.
If I hear them say Tal's awake,
I don't know. I don't know if you would wake up. Yeah, I think just from the call you wouldn't. 14. With a 14, I mean, he looks... It's hard to tell looking into his eyes, but like from his eyebrows and general face, he seems to be just very earnest, kind of confused. Doesn't seem to be any kind of trickery in there.
How much do you remember? Do you remember the explosion, the whole...
I'm afraid I don't
arm thing?
know anything.
Okay. All right. Well, we had to remove your arm.
Was there a problem?
With your arm, yeah. It was
Are you a
controlling
doctor?
you and making you hurt. No. There's a doctor out there, but I think she's asleep right now. It's very early in the morning. I'm a friend of yours from before everything went bad.
I'm afraid I don't remember.
Yeah. That's probably better.
Are we good friends?
We were, yeah.
Were?
You were in love.
A lot has happened since we lost you.
I apologize if I've hurt you.
It's in the past. But I'm glad you're all right. We were worried about you for a minute there.
Who's we?
Everybody's out there. They're sleeping right now. You want food? You hungry?
I don't think so.
Is that pie still there?
Is that pie still? I don't think so, but I guess.
Sure, you should at least take a look around.
He wanders through the door, looking around. You can kind of see in his face, like, there doesn't seem to be any recognition. He says, "This is a strange place."
Yeah, it's a clock tower.
Why are we in a clock tower?
It's where we live. Work.
Do I
Same
work here?
thing for us. Once upon a time, yeah. It's been a long time. We're not sure what you were doing for a while, so.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish I could be helpful.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. I think everybody wants a chance to talk to you, though. It's only been me and you, really. They haven't really had a chance to.
I don't.
Huh?
I said I don't.
I do. Rude. I'm gonna go wake somebody up. Just sit down, look out the clock face or something. I'll be right back. Go shake Maya awake. Dig her
Maya's
out
like,
from under
"Hey,
papers or
Sven!"
something.
Oh, Lordy. What do you want? Why are you waking me?
He's awake.
Who's awake?
Tal's awake.
Tal's awake. Tal's awake?
Tal's awake.
Oh, God. She, like, gets out of bed, like, half-dressed, like, okay, hang on. I'm gonna get some clothes.
He seems even more vacant than when I was talking to him in the
Hang on,
ritual.
just, hang on. Where is he?
He's in the meeting room at the moment.
Did you leave him alone?
Yeah.
Why?
He's like a lost puppy. He doesn't know
What
where
if
to
he
go.
wanders off?
I'm not sure he knows how doors work.
Well, make sure he doesn't wander off. I'm gonna put some clothes on.
All right.
You wander back in. He's just looking out of the clock face. With, I was gonna say arms behind his back.
Ooh,
Behind his
arm.
back. Sorry, it was rather disarming. Eventually, Maya.
That was an unintentional.
Oh no,
thing
that was
I did.
100% intentional. Yeah, he. Eventually, Maya walks out, and yeah, you're just. I guess he's just staring out, just looking out into the city. He says, where are we?
City's called Veluna,
And where is that?
on top of a mountain.
Hmm.
Dill Rock.
Dill Rock. I'm sorry, I just cleaned my glasses and made them absolutely horrendously worse.
Yep. Yep. I feel that.
Love when that happens.
Just like, Maya walks out. Hello? He turns around. Hello? Who are you? I'm just gonna have a conversation with myself. I am. I'm Maya. Turns to you, Etch, and says, he doesn't remember anything? Okay. He says, I'm terribly sorry. I wish I could be helpful. I seem to have forgotten who I am. She's looking very concerned, kind of like a... Ed, you'd probably see... I mean, you know, obviously know her quite well, you know her emotions quite well. It's a mixture of, like, almost confusion with a little bit of anger in there. Kind of like a furrowed brow. And she's just said, she takes you aside and pulls you aside. And he just keeps looking out the window. It's like, I don't know what to think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Isn't it almost unfair that he just doesn't remember anything? What am I supposed to do with
Yes. I don't.
that? I'm mad because I can't be mad at him.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got the face of Tal, but anything that made him Tal is gone.
He hasn't got the eyes of Tal. I don't know. Also, apparently doesn't need glasses anymore.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's up with those eyes. Terrifying.
They are terrifying. I
It
guess
sounds
for
like
now...
you don't know what to think at all.
Boom! Everyone's dead.
A blessed relief.
A meteor hits the clock tower. Oh, the clock
The clock tower just falls over.
Yeah.
And it's only Elsie left because she's not
The
there.
tower ceases to exist. Specifically, the tower ceases to exist, and everyone just falls to their death.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm quite good at falling, actually, so I should be alright.
Elsie
Please
says,
roll 200 d6.
Elsie says, Elsie says,
I can do some kind of 40 thing, I think. I can't remember.
I can do about 47 d6. Actually, no, I could do more than that. I could do about 112 probably.
Yeah, I'm sure I can do a 40 thing.
Anyway, it's not the
How
point.
did that manage to become boasting about how many d6s you have?
Oh, well, there many dice.
We all want to flex our dice.
Flex. Anyway,
Oh, I could roll.
Anyway, Maya says, we all need to get some rest, but we're going to have a rotating watch, I guess. Also, Jackson's
Yes.
sleeping
Also
on
known as a
in a
watch.
chair, so he might want his
Yeah.
bed back. Jackson's just
Yeah,
over in the
he's
corner.
gonna He's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too unhappy. But we can't just leave him. What if he walks off? Not Jackson, Tal.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jackson might walk off, but he'll come back.
Seems kind of harmless as is.
But, you know. What
I
if?
know. When does that what if end? What's going to be enough to convince
I
us?
don't know, but how can we guarantee that he just points over at this man just looking out the window? He's not playing us. I have no way of guaranteeing that. Zone of truth? Cast it right now.
Zone of truth. Yeah, I mean, I should have everybody out here. Make sure they don't, or, you know, make sure everybody's here to see it. Make sure everybody sees the same thing we do.
Also, she definitely cannot cast Zone of
No,
Truth.
I don't think she
Someone
has Zone of
can.
Truth.
Oh, fuck, Elsie does.
Elsie comes back very quickly and temporarily, and then disappears immediately.
Teleports in.
Oh wait,
casts
actually, does Jackson have Zone of Truth? Yes, he does. So she says, "Okay, for now, let's watch him till morning. I'll take first watch. I'll wake someone up to watch him,
All right.
and then we'll deal with it in the morning. You go get some sleep."
All right.
She walks over to and says, "Well, I think you should get some sleep." He says, "Well, I feel like I've been sleeping for a while." She says, "Yes, but you've been through a lot." And he sort of just, okay. Just follows her through to the bedroom, lays down in bed, and vaguely sort of attempts to sleep. It's very oddly compliant, is this sort of thing. Not like, he's so compliant. It's more just like the intelligence of like a full-grown, intelligent adult, but the knowledge of just a toddler. He's just like, okay, you know, like I don't know any reason why I wouldn't. You go to sleep very quickly, and in the morning, you'll wake up. I'm sure Etch gets a wonderful, wonderful night's sleep, and you wake up in the morning. I reckon Jackson's still asleep in his chair. Divly possibly sitting opposite him. No, Velka's sitting opposite him, throwing like crumbs into his mouth. Just. And sorry, I love when the music just goes blaringly loud. It's actually there we go. And Etch, you probably walk out. I would imagine everybody's probably awake before Etch because you had a bad night's sleep. And the rest of you probably don't know that Tal woke up. You're just having a standard morning with breakfast and stuff, to which Etch walks out. Divly is the one that isn't there for Etch's information. Everyone else is kind of just up and awake and doing stuff. Maya is doing paperwork again.
Where's Tal?
Maya just points at Jackson's room.
I mean, I guess we should do the thing now.
She looks up. Her hair's a mess. Yes, probably that.
Is Jackson awake? You said Jackson's still asleep.
He's still
didn't you?
asleep in his chair, yes.
I want to go kick over his chair.
Velka's throwing things in his mouth.
Just go over and kick over the chair.
He just falls on his back. Coughs up like 2 pieces of paper. What in the fuck?
Jackson hits his head on the table and dies. We know about anyone who can cussle.
Like, why would you do this to me? What's going on? Why, oh my lord.
You've slept for like 12 hours.
He looks at you from like lying on the ground, looks backwards up at you like, so? Why does that matter?
Tal's awake. Zone of Truth.
Okay, he just stays lying on the ground and just starts waving his hand around. Do you go and grab Tal?
Yeah.
You walk into Tal sitting on the bed, staring into the eyes of Divly, who's staring back. Divly's talking. And he's just, there's just Tal. gently nodding and sort of very confused face. And as you walk in, he goes, I don't think I understand him.
Yeah, none of us do.
Does he speak
We
the same language that I do?
Impossible
I don't
to
know
say.
if you speak
Different's like, yes.
I don't. Tal. By the way, Tal is your name, or at least the one we know you by. If you want a different
Tal.
one, you could choose a different one, I guess.
I have no preference. If you wish to call me Tal, then that's fine. If you wish to call
Okay.
me something else, then
We want so. Some people here are a little put off. All right, because they know you from before, and they don't know if you're telling the truth now.
Hmm.
They just want to make sure.
I apologize for anything I've done. Hope I didn't
It's really
upset
hard to
people.
blame you if you. Anyways, we just want to make sure you're telling the truth. So if you could just cooperate for a few minutes, answer some questions,
Mhm.
even if most of them are I don't know.
Well,
It's
how will you know I'm telling the truth if people distrust
magic? We have magic users that can ensure.
me? Okay.
You just have to willingly allow them to, you'll feel a little like tingle. Just don't try to resist it.
I won't. I
Alright.
would say I have nothing to hide, but I have nothing.
I believe you, but this is for everybody else's sake as well.
He steps outside and there's a Jackson still lying on the ground just goes, oh shit. Velka's also like, well, Velka doesn't seem to react. You assume she did a watch in the night, just like, oh,
Yeah.
great. I don't know, Flint and Unit. Flint might make more of a reaction. Unit should be like, oh, the man is alive.
Oh, up. How you feeling?
I feel content.
Well, you just said you're looking a lot better now.
Thank you. He comes over, takes a seat, and Jackson's still on the floor, just zone of truth. Waves over everybody. Now, I'm assuming nobody is going to resist. I mean, he's the only one you'd be particularly concerned of. Jackson's like, he didn't resist. And then just falls back asleep.
Awesome. Anybody else want to start this? Maya?
It's more paperwork.
Curious
Huh?
minds?
Yeah,
He's zone of truth. He's not resisting.
you ask the questions.
Do you remember anything, Tal?
I remember waking up in the room over there.
Do you remember anything of life here in the tower with the conspiracy?
No. What is the conspiracy?
Look over at Maya.
She's like vaguely paying attention.
Like most of this is for you, Maya. At least come on.
There's so much paperwork. She does put it down, comes over, and is paying attention. Like why would we be a conspiracy? Do we
It's,
not exist?
Well, it's what you may call. It's from Origins, but back in the
Creed
day,
Origins?
people, huh?
Nothing.
Assassin's Creed Origins, yeah. Back in the day, people just saw dark masses going over the rooftops, and we looked like a group of ravens. Sometimes referred to as conspiracy, sometimes a murder. They liked conspiracy better, so we went with it.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for us? Aside from that?
I don't know what I'd question. I have no context.
Do you remember having your arm cut off?
No? But I was told it was to help me.
Oh, it was. It wasn't doing you any favours.
Apparently. I'm not sure what it was doing, but I feel okay now.
Do you hear it? So what do you
Anybody
want to
else
do
have-
next?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Was there something I was supposed to be doing?
No, just wondered.
I'm not really sure where else to go with this.
He says, I apologize if I have offended anybody. I'm getting some looks from this lady, points at Maya, and others. I can promise you, if whatever I did, whoever it was that did that, I am not them. At least I can't be them right now. So, if you wish for me to leave, I would understand. But I hope, whatever it is, you can accept an apology. Maya just kind of stays silent.
Edge is just looking concerned.
He looks at you, red eyes again, and says, would it be best if I left for you to have a discussion?
Just head into the other room. I think it'd be irresponsible to send you out there when you don't know anything.
It seems my presence is alarming to people, so I will avoid others.
No, I think you need to. Have a chat and let people get used to the new you. Really.
I shall
I
leave
think
for
you need
now,
to
then.
find the new you.
He gets up and wanders over the room. And that's where we'll end our session. Because it has been 2 hours long and stressful and emotional, and I'm sure Greg is...
My brain hurts.
Yeah.
I've definitely been paying attention all the way through.
Oh, I know you have. I can tell. It's fine. No, seriously, don't worry about it. To be fair, I imagine Unit wasn't really paying attention anyway,
Yeah,
because he's
it's
just like,
very
I don't know
convenient.
what's going on.
It's very convenient. The unit just happens to sit and stare
Oh,
blankly
dear.
into space when he's not doing anything.
But for now, I shall say goodbye to the stream. Thank you to... I see Sniper
Bye,
did pop
stream.
in, but I think I
Bye,
imagine
stream.
he is gone from now. It has been wonderful. I will...
Bye, Purdy.
I don't have anything else to
Bye,
say.
Purdy.
But I don't know if Purdy's listening, but if she is,
I don't think
it's
she's
been
watching.
wonderful.
I don't think she is. I think
And we
she's-
will obviously join
more
back in
interested
next
in
week
this.
for some wonderful, more emotions. For now, goodbye. Ta-ta, farewell.
Bye.
Everybody
Farewell.
wave.
Purdy.